Welcome, everybody, back to the LPL English unofficial broadcast for a very special and near and dear to my heart broadcast. As you are not on the caster desk right now, you are on the analyst desk as we are bringing out host duties, analytic duties, and most importantly, a pro mind to break down your LPL slate today. We'll be starting with Group Nirvana. Obviously, you can see these lovely faces next to me. I am Slayer, joined by Cubby, just like you saw last night, but I am very excited to introduce one of the prodiff coaches himself. Rhino is stepping in here to talk supports, talk LPL. Rhino, besides the sleep depravity that you're currently in, how excited are you to watch our matchup today?
I'm excited. This is my first time doing something like this, so I'm really excited to get into it. You know, I want to champion OVO because he's in the same situation as me with coming into a new team mid-split, so hoping for LNG to have some success.
Yeah,
not to be too biased.
Yeah, that's a good way to start, Cubby. Now, Cubby, not to kind of sour the optimism on OVO, how are you feeling about getting to watch LNG here today?
You know, honestly, I feel like LNG, of all the roster iterations they've tried, this is not the worst one. I actually think that OVO, him stepping in, it has been a bit of an upgrade for Joao, which is wild because Joao finds himself on JDG. But yeah, Slayer, excited to be on the desk and joined by Rhino. So it should be a lot of support focus today, but gonna help, or at least try and help demonstrate, you know, some of what Rhino can bring to the table and what some of the other coaches on prodiff can do by honing in on some just sport gameplay and then whatever else we see and honestly are interested in. As we definitely have two Group Nirvana teams, and especially LNG, far from a perfect team. So we should have some interesting stuff to talk about later on, and we'll see if we get any surprises with the result today.
Let's take Rhino through some of our formalities, though, Cubby, that we always do on these LPL English broadcasts, and that starts with our look through at the standings as they currently sit here across both of our groups. We're obviously going to be focusing on Group Nirvana right now, where you can see LNG at the bottom, NiP at the top. But, Cubby, I will start with you, as I always like to do. Does anything else across the standings in the LPL right now stand out to you?
And if you guys missed yesterday, IG versus BLG, we talked a lot about breaking that glass ceiling with IG just 4 days ago now, being 2-10 against AL, BLG, and Top Esports for the year. They have beaten Top Esports and BLG in the last 4 days, so I think that's really exciting towards the top of the standings. Rhino, what about you? Following LPL, maybe outside at all? Any teams that you're a fan of or any place in the standings you're looking at?
Oh, man, that's a lot of pressure. I would say I haven't been as tuned into LPL as I normally have been, but I hope that LNG can pull out a dub today because they're playing for their lives, and I hope we can see some success, some good stuff from OVO.
I like it. You know what? He's pushing that campaign. OVO is Success Day. That's what we're looking for. I like the optimism, Rhino. Let's introduce his squad, though, across the board here for LNG Esports. The squad currently at the bottom of Group Nirvana, still with a chance to fight their way into play-ins, but they are running thin on that margin. Zeka in the top side, Xiaofeng in the jungle, Hai Chao, Cubby's favorite player in the LPL, in the mid lane, Fish1 and OVO to round out that bot side, Cubby.
Yeah, Rhino, so Zika, player you're familiar with, right? You know, competing internationally. Yeah. I believe that this is LNG's 8th iteration of the roster, and Hai Chao has also been there for the entire time this year, which has been a bit of a surprise. So sadly, it's been a running joke for us, but we'll see what Hai Chao and LNG can bring today. I will say that with OVO in, again, I think that it's looked better. They've managed to pick up a win in a Group Nirvana, and they really need another one today if they want to be able to compete in one of the play-in matches and not have their split 3 end early.
Yeah, I think speaking from experience a little bit here, it can take some time as a new player coming into a team to really gel and like make your presence known and make an impact on the team. So maybe all OVO needed is a little bit of time. I guess we'll see, because he doesn't have much time after this. If they lose, they got no time after.
Yeah.
So
After this, the last couple matches LNG would be sporting if they lose are definitely more practice and sort of gelling maybe more with the team as the rest of 2025 comes to sunset. I will say though, when it comes to these LNG roster changes, you're going to hear from him later. K-Man, one of the casters on the game, he has been a fan of some of these changes, and I'm sure he'll be talking about them once we get into LNG. But we're going to be talking about LNG and the support position as always. And that is where, Rhino, I do want to start posing the question from what you've seen from Zhuo and OVO. The question being here, what does OVO do better? Is OVO a better asset than Zhuo has been for LNG up to this point?
Well, I would say even if he's not necessarily like a direct upgrade, sometimes teams like to shuffle around players to sometimes bring in this sort of new rejuvenated vibe on the team, because sometimes if certain things go wrong, sometimes like the better player like Zika might become a little frustrated with some of his teammates. Not to say that he is or anything.
Yeah.
Stuff like that absolutely happens on teams. So bringing in OVO, I think he could bring a little bit more agency, because a team that's been beat down over and over again might sort of like sit back and just not really know how to win. So to bring a little bit of agency to the team and a little bit more activity might be something that they could use to surprise NiP.
Yeah, I think that's a great adage, right? We're going to break down a lot of the very much League of Legends fundamental things. We're going to talk about random with champion pools, all this stuff later. But yeah, the kind of mental thing and the vibe check that you bring in with a new player and his eagerness to perform, especially in a support role, is very intriguing, and a big reason why they got their first series win, and hopefully look to try and topple the best team in Group Nirvana right now. That being the second team that we have to introduce for our first matchup, being Ninjas in Pajamas. We'll take a look at that roster as its newest iteration into Split 3 has bore pretty sweet fruit so far. Solo kill in the top side of the mid-season Split 2 acquisition. Nayo, the former LGD jungler outside of their play-in series, becomes the NiP jungler. Of course, we know Doinby is still the mainstay in the mid lane. Leave, and now Niket, the new pairing in the bot side here. Cubby, there's a lot to like about NiP and this new roster, even if they are playing a lower level of competition in Group Nirvana.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've beaten the true competition of the group in EDG. They've at least split their series, and NiP, it hasn't been clean. There have been a lot of 3-game series, but that is partly how this team plays. They're going to play to Doinby League of Legends, right? And play with priority, play to go in, play to fight, and we're going to see what happens. So overall, that has still been better than worse for NiP, and we'll see if they can continue to clean things up to prep for one of those play-in matches against a pretty vulnerable team in either Team WE or FPX. So I know that for NiP, it's likely they're going to be that 2 seed with EDG just having a really high game score, but we'll see if they can find a 2-0 tonight, because this is their last match of Group Nirvana. So the last message that they can send to the rest of the teams in Group Ascend about their form.
Yeah, it is a big thing. And Rhino, I do want to give you time because I know you're a big Doinby guy. Excited to see him play on the Rift here, break down some of his gameplay?
I am excited. I'm a huge Galio fan, one of my favorite champs, so big Doinby fan. I think he's great. I think NiP plays through their top side, their carry top side players with Nayu and Solo Kill really well with Doinby's facilitator mid champion pool. So I don't have too much of an opinion on the bot lane as much. I think they play well for what they need to do and be sort of stable for their team. But yeah, I'm excited for some NiP gaming.
Let's talk about that bottom lane though and break it down a bit more, as we're obviously going to try and focus on these supports, and that is talking about Niket and Rhino. Where I do want to start to have conversations with you about difference between OVO's role and NiP's Niket's role in NiP. I think it's really interesting you brought up Doinby as a facilitator. As a support player, a very big time support player like you are yourself. Does your role change knowing your mid laner is more of a facilitator, a leader voice like Doinby, compared to a high child that's right now sticking towards that mage meta, that the classic mage meta, compared to that Doinby NiP side?
Yeah, I think speaking from my own experience, having a mid laner like Doinby would be fantastic. I would love to have a teammate like that, because having somebody on your team like that allows you to focus less on everything else, and you get to focus way more on your own personal gameplay, and that does truly have an effect on you. I think it's great for Niket to be able to play on the same team as Doinby, and I think that sort of leads to one of the weaknesses I think NiP has, where they're so ready to fight, they'll overplay on their strong side and make some tragedy will happen in the early game, and I think that's where maybe LNG can find a little bit of an early lead, hopefully.
Okay, yeah. Kelby, I think what Rhino was saying also just speaks not only just for Niket, but also Nio, how much of a calming force for these, newer, fresher players it is to play with a guy like Doinby that will just take on so much of the responsibility when it comes to a game-to-game basis.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a winning formula for Doinby in the past, and it seems like it's been one again here for NiPs. So, yeah, I mean, that said, like Rhino, obviously Doinby, I think, historically responsible for so many comms as someone that's, I mean, you played fives for background, and people that don't know, for, God, like well over 5 years. I mean, you've been around in this space. What's it like having someone else on the team? Of course, support role, you talk a lot, but what's it like having someone else that is able to bring so much of a lift when it comes to just communication and game planning on the Rift?
It really is such an insanely important quality to have on the team. It's so, I can't even overstate how essential it is. To me, if I was building a team, that might be the one top priority for me, is to have a singular player like Doinby, but not doesn't necessarily have to be Doinby. I'm not
right
too biased, but somebody like that is so good for directing a team, keeping everybody on the same page, letting everybody really shine around them. I really love having players like that, for sure.
Well, guys, we've talked a lot about the voices that you want to have in your comms, and obviously Rhino playing that support role, big time voice. We already talked about the pedigree you brought to that in your many games you've played. I would say though, the other role outside of NiP that you see a lot of talking in, that you want a big vocal leader in, is the jungle, and that is where we're going to take our head-to-head here as we pivot away from those supports and take a look at our two junglers in this matchup, as I will continue to campaign what that little blurb of text says under the LNG jungler here, Cubby, that Xiaofeng is playing a lot better than a lot of people may seem on the standings for LNG. It's because he's on LNG.
Yeah, I mean, look, Xiaofeng, I think he's done the most with his opportunity. That's all you can really do as a player, because as Rhino teased, and Rhino, I know that you've stepped in teams like Team Liquid. I don't know if it was Academy or Challengers at the time, but
Academy.
Yeah, it was back in when LCS Lock-In. We had Bradley, Yawn, and Ayla playing in 2021 Spring at the higher level. You were subbing in for Academy. This is one of 3 players that has subbed in for LNG, and what are some of the challenges just stepping in and trying to get used to a team that you think fans at home may not expect, especially a team that has had 8 different roster iterations this split or this year?
Well, there's a wide range of teams that you can step into, and it's really just a total just surprise as the player coming in, because for all OVO knows, he could be stepping into an LNG team where Zika is just extremely frustrated with his teammates or something. For example, I'm not saying
he has a year of pain, so pretty
this is
likely.
a hypothetical.
But, yeah.
Rhino
it could be the case. It could be
the
case that the old bot lane has abused Zika's trust so much by feeding on his team or something, like so so ridiculously bad.
I can hear the PTSD
Zika,
in your voice.
Yeah,
Ryan,
that Zika just just turns into a different person or a different teammate, and he has to like earn back trust from Zika because of what other people did, type of thing.
Right.
So it could be the case that's what's going on, where the team is just super mental boomed, and OVO has to really try and like bring the boys back together and try to win. But it could be that everybody's a little bit more like good-natured and just happy to see some kind of change. So it's really hard to say, but I'm hoping for the best for them.
Well, look, when we saw some of the LNG changes, we were questioning, whether or not they were doing it just to raise contract values going into the upcoming offseason. But this has been a decent iteration. Going to need stuff today against NiP if they want to find a win, which they do need in the standings. Slayer, before we hop into the game, send it over to the casters, I do want to set up what we're going to do between the first two games, because we have Rhino, our prodiff coach. If you want to tease it, what we're going to do with Rhino, I think it's going to be kind of fun for the viewers at home.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're pulling out all the stops as we got Pro Diff Coach Rhino here. So while we are going to be throwing to the casters for this draft that's coming up very shortly, you're going to want to stick around after the game. We're not going to any breaks. We're going into Rhino's coaching corner, where Cubby and Rhino will be breaking down all of the excellent support gameplay we will be seeing today between OVO and NiP. Without further ado, you can see the fans are ready to get into our first series of the day. Without further ado, I am ready to throw it as the Grapes K-Man superfan I am. Number one, nobody in chat's taking it from me. We're going to throw it over to the caster desk for game one. Grapes K-Man, take it away.
Thank you very much to Slayer, Cubby, and to Mr. Rhino, our big guest from the prodiff side of things, and of course, pro player in his own right. K-Man, very excited to hear what Rhino has to say in terms of his insights from as we go throughout this series, but also just really excited to watch this matchup with you, because we get to see both LNG with their season truly on the line. They need at least a game win, if not a full series win here against NiP, as well as seeing NiP's last game of the regular season, see where exactly they stand going into the play-in stage.
Yeah, Grapes, this is a really big one for both of these teams. NiP fighting for the shot to be the #1 team in Group Nirvana. Obviously, they need some things to go their way, but LNG very much need to survive here, and we'll see if they can break that forward in game #1.
And we have already begun the draft process. NiP over on the blue side. K-Man, a good part about our job is, now that we have an analyst desk here, is that we got to sit back, relax, listen to some of their insights, and I really wanted to highlight the jungle matchup as we go into this one as well, because Nio and Xiaofeng have been the biggest players really for their teams in terms of these new additions coming in and finding some success. Both of them have had a lot of success on this Viego. It was banned away on the blue side. Expect that to be a really highly prioritized pick as we go throughout the series.
Yeah, not surprising at all to see the Viego banned out. I think you kind of need to ban it right now against LNG. It's certainly the thing that Xiaofeng feels the most comfortable on, but the Varus is left up here for the blue side, so that will be a pretty easy B1 lock-in for Leave. He's been pretty good on this champ, and I think it really does play into the idea for Ninjas in Pajamas that they've had throughout a majority of the back half of this split, where they wanted to play weaker side on the bot side of the map. So really makes a lot of sense to lock in there. I think for LNG, prioritizing something strong on the top side makes the most sense for me. Rumble left available certainly feels like a good lock-in, especially with the Galio already banned.
Kind of setting up for that in the first phase of the drafting process. Zika's been playing a lot of Rumble and Renekton over the last couple of series, where maybe they found a little bit more success here on those picks. And when you have somebody like Zika, who definitely we've seen the highs out of him throughout his career over the last couple of seasons, want to put him onto something very comfortable. The Pantheon would make a lot of sense as well, given that normally it's something that is banned quite often on that red side, but it seems like NiP prioritizing the Varus instead.
Yeah, we're seeing the Pantheon get through a lot more commonly over the past couple of weeks. I think teams are willing to take some trades a little bit more fairly with the Pantheon, especially if they feel like they can just kind of outskill the tempo in the early game. But there are still a lot of pitfalls that fall into a team that wants to try to go toe-to-toe with the Pantheon in the early game. You need to make sure you have a mid laner that can adapt and move around the map. That's exactly what NiP grab here with the Taliyah, and pairing that up with the Skarner. This is a very flexible start for Ninjas in Pajamas, just about as flexible as you could possibly ask for on blue side. side, you know, it's exactly what you want to draw up, at least in a game number one. Give yourself options and, you know, kind of save those counter picks for some champions and some players that might be able to utilize them well. You know, hyper carry makes a lot of sense as well for LNG. Fish one, maybe not the most consistent AD carry across this split, but he certainly has looked his best when he can just farm up and play for late game. Looks like that, at the very least, will be his identity on Sivir.
Yep, something that can play safe, not be the primary focus of the early game at the very least, where now Xiaofeng can really try to hone in onto this Rumble. I expect some top lane bans here in the second phase as well. Nayo on the Skarner had a great game in the decider against EDG, and that's a big moment for NiP. I feel like a lot of them were, a lot of people were kind of considering them to be maybe the second best team after they got kind of smacked around by EDG the first time that they matched up, but getting that win here in the second round robin, it really, I think, has upped their stock. And even though they have definitely dropped a bunch of games like throughout the year, taken to a bunch of game number 3s, this is definitely a very exciting NiP roster that, you know, we could really be looking at as being a contender in that play-in stage.
I think it's a really great shout. Honestly, especially with that win over EDG, it's not crazy to say that this could be a top 6 or top 7 team in the LPL right now. And that's without any sort of growth that you can expect from this team continuing to play with each other a bit more in terms of, you know, the reps that they're getting. So excited to see where they've already been and excited to see where they could go, but it kind of has to happen today. The point to make is, of course, EDG still have quite a few series left. This is the last one for Ninjas in Pajamas. They have to win today to have any shot of getting that #1 spot in Group Nirvana, but it will be the Alistar lock-in, again, just taking away options from Ninjas in Pajamas to pair up with that Varus to make it a bit more consistent. They ban out the 2 supports in the Nautilus and the Nico. Mid lane, the priority on the other side with them having already selected Talia. So, you know, a lot of things that end up locking in here, but I think the direction that solo kill ends up going to round out this comp is going to determine a lot, and the Mbessa, I think, showcases that they really do want to play at least a bit more aggressive here.
Yeah, I mean, he's played it in 2 of their last 3 series, won both of those games, obviously. Niket locking in the Rel to round things out. We'll see what LNG want to pick here on R5 for Haichao. Bit of a controversial player in the LPL. He's had his highs, had his lows, but now going up against Doinby, a very big test here for LNG. We talked about NiP's stakes in the standings. LNG, even more of a dire spot. They're currently in last place in Group Nirvana, needing a win here, needing multiple wins to round out their season. Try to have any sort of shot. It's going to be the Aurora here for Haichao. LNG, they set themselves up with a very nice team fighting composition. I'll give them that.
That's definitely what they're going for. They're trying to make it as easy as possible, and you know what, Graves? I'm all for it. I think at this level, the more you overcomplicate things, the harder it becomes, the more difficult it is to win these games. So just get Rumble, just get Aurora, just get Sivir, you know, play front to back, try to get a lot of that engaged through. I think that there are options for Ninjas in Pajamas in this game, but I do think they have to play fast, and they have to play quick. If you can get that Mbessa in particular strong on the top side, then things can really open up, but it's really going to be up to Doinby on this Talia, and honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Be able to facilitate very nicely across the map. That's what Doinby loves to do. You get that man at global, semi-global, anything like that, he will make sure to use it. As Ninjas in Pajamas currently sitting at 8-1 here in the standings. Of course, we talked about our jungle matchup being very important, but down at the bottom lane is where we got to keep a little bit of an extra eye as well, knowing that we have our prodiff coach in Rhino, support for many a team in the NACL and collegiate space, most recently with Supernova and Ole Miss in the Challengers League in North America. We'll have to watch out for what OVO and Niket are able to do and see what exactly Rhino is going to be wanting to break down as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see how he breaks down the support play here. Both of these supports with a lot to prove. I think Niket's really coming into his own. OVO elevating the aggressiveness of LNG as they talked about on the desk. We'll see how it plays out today.
Well, let's do it. We're in Shenzhen for Ninjas in Pajamas' final matchup here in the Split 3 regular season. After this, going to be fully high stakes. You want to have higher sights than just that play-in stage. Let's do it here in game number 1. I think the crowd might might be off here for this first game. At least that's the hope.
That's the hope. Unfortunately, we are getting our customary no Gyos for our Group Nirvana matchup, which I think is very, very unfortunate for this matchup in particular, because there is so much to actually like about not only the way the draft played out, but just the overall circumstance for these two teams. Yes, it is top versus bottom right now in the group, but so many interesting things to follow, and that starts with the jungle pathing. Both junglers kind of hovering the bottom side of the map, could be pathing up top side. Xiaofeng wants to look for action here, but Nio might be on a bit more of a timer, so I'll be interested to see exactly where these junglers want to put their resources early.
Yeah, we see Leave with the Comet on the Varus, meaning that they're going to really try to exploit this 2v2, so it'll be most likely a bot lane focus here for Ninjas in Pajamas, whereas on LNG side, you have Rumble and Aurora alongside that Pantheon here for Xiaofeng. That definitely has to be the focus of how LNG really drive their attention here in the early game. Just trying to leave Fish 1 and OVO a little bit on their own and hoping that it works out for them. We'll say that OVO just whiffed here on that initial Pulverize as we're getting some fun trading down here in the bot lane to start things off.
Yeah, it's a miss for miss. You can not worry about it too much. I think Shove in this lane is going to be pretty easily acquired by LNG, especially after they hit this level 2 first. Going to be pretty difficult for NiP to be able to contest this because of the Sivir. But Varus should be fine, generally speaking, especially the later we get into this game. So mostly I'm just going to be looking at exactly where the pressure from the mid lane ends up going and whether or not either of these teams want to swap early on, because I think that could dictate exactly what resources both of these teams want to prioritize.
See both of our junglers pathing towards the top side of the map. See if anything happens there. Trade nicely done by Niket, actually chunking down Fish 1 to about 300 HP. That is how you get the advantage. Obviously, Sivir can push, but if you can push her out of the lane, it could mean a good opportunity for NiP's bot lane to take some control. Obviously, we've talked a lot about the supports, but Leave, specifically in the bottom lane, has really been a driving force for NiP as well. If he has good games, that means that NiP are typically in good positions, so seeing him get off to this early lead is also a very good thing to see.
Yeah, I want to give Leave a lot of credit because this was a player that we talked about being very resource heavy during his time on EDG and even at the beginning of the year. I think he's really settled into this almost weak side bot lane role with Nio coming into the jungle very well. And he's been a huge reason why this team has found success, being able to play a variety of different champions down on the bottom side. You correctly pointed out, pretty big lead here, but see if that can translate to anything. Right now, it's just the junglers going head-to-head.
Wow, Naya with the Ixtal's impact straight into the wall for Xiaofeng. Doinbi has that push, so gonna force the LNG jungler away. We're waiting to see that seismic shove combo, and Xiaofeng's gonna have to flash away from that. Nicely done by NiP. The first 4 minutes getting that early advantage on the top side.
Yeah, super healthy clear for Nio, ends up allowing him to really pressure out this Pantheon, and it's well-timed by Doinbi to be able to make the roam. Overall, it's just a huge win. Overall for NiP, burning that Pantheon flash, that really decreases his effectiveness in a lot of these ganks and skirmishes early, so definitely going to be excited about that if you are a Ninjas in Pajamas fan.
We'll see if that flash really can be punished as we continue to go throughout the early portions of this one. Okay, man, we were talking a little bit before we got into game here about what we liked and disliked about OVO joining this LNG team, and I think you put it best where LNG was a team with Chuo that really didn't do a whole lot across the map early, but with OVO here, at least they're doing stuff, even if it's not necessarily good stuff, and I think we saw that there already in the mid lane here, just 4 minutes into the game. This is going to be something that we're going to have to continue to watch throughout this one.
It's very clear that OVO brings a very aggressive mentality to the game, but I think that's exactly what LNG needs. They've really lacked a lot of playmaking and creation throughout this year, and I think OVO has given them at least a glimpse of that. It's clear that the team at least is a bit more decisive for one reason or another, but I think it's going to be difficult for him to showcase that in this lane in particular. Again, depending on how things go, this should just kind of be a farm up type of lane, but the Alistar can have a ton of effect in the later part of this game. You know, Ninjas in Pajamas have plenty of ways to engage, but if LNG can get on the front foot, OVO might be the player to watch in terms of just exactly how these fights get started.
Speaking of, looks like the Ket's going to match with an attempt here into the mid lane. Haichao pops that invisibility to make sure that he is under zero threat. We have the Dragon spawned on the bottom side, going to be the Hex Tech, but neither side really wanting to start that one up just yet. Again, top side focus really has been in order here for actually both of these teams. And I think the main play here, K-Man, will be the grubs that spawn in just a couple more.
That is definitely signaled by Fish 1 making his way to the top side of the map here, although teleport expended by solo kill, so He will be on the top side with this level 6. We've seen some unfortunate circumstances for AD carries when they 1v1 top laners on the top side of the map. You always got to be careful of some missed positions, but this should be generally fine for Fish One. He should be able to shove in the wave here relatively easily, and depending on how aggressive Xiaofang wants to be here, they could definitely set up around the river right about now.
You see now Niket trying to match suit as well. Interestingly, for NiP, 3 teleports. Something we actually did not mention at the top of this game. Leave has that ability as well to really maneuver across the map. We might see that here, as Nio has gone in alongside Niket to chunk down OVO to half HP, but Xiaofang has joined the party as well, forcing another flash, this time out of the jungler for Ninjas in Pajamas, so that cooldown will not be available for the upcoming Grubs fight.
Yeah, just a bit of a greedy exchange overall for NiP. They feel like they can try to make a play onto the Alistar, but Pantheon's always going to be in the area for this, so they end up having to burn both heal and flash on Skarner to be able to get out of there. Certainly makes the play a lot more difficult and a lot less safe, so I think things equalizing quite a bit here. Xiaofang's flash will be up soon. Zika just using his ult to clear the wave, as we've become accustomed to. Doinby ulting.
Nicely done here by Haichao. It chunks Doinby to about half. He does not have a teleport available, so could create a tough situation in these next couple of minutes. Haichao definitely ahead in terms of that just HP bar department, which always can be important for some of these big skirmishes that really could make or break this game. I know K-Man, LNG, they have the scaling, so for them, like, getting some of these major objectives is a bit of a, like, I guess a bonus, but NiP really want to make sure that they are off to the races early here with the composition that they have.
Yeah, they really can't afford to get behind, and I think we're seeing that in the way that they're playing the game. Solo kill potentially in danger here, but likely just very, very safe on the top side with that level 7. It's really just going to be about how careful LNG want to be. If they want to try to contest over these objectives, well, great. Maybe you can end up getting some for free. If you don't want to contest, well, you're giving over free resources to a team that you don't really, feel like you are the favorites in the matchup against. And so, it's never really an easy decision, but it's actually the dragon that started here by Xiaofang with the Grub spawning.
Yeah, Fish One and OVO still on the top side. Will not be able to join. Neither will Solo Kill, as he still has his teleport off of cooldown, and it looks like just showing of face by Ninjas in Pajamas is enough to force Xiaofang off the objective. There's a lot of vision on that top side right now for LNG, so they will very much know that Nio has started up these grubs. The question is, do they have anything to do about it?
Doesn't look like they're going to be in the area for this. The call from LNG was clearly to try and trade objectives here. Xiaofang now seeing that the grubs are taken will go back onto the dragon, and NiP just wasting a bit of time, calling the bluff there of LNG as they take the grubs themselves. I think this is a good trade for both teams. NiP need the power of the grubs to be able to push in and gather gold as quickly as possible, and LNG very happy to start stacking those dragons for their late game win condition. So both teams, I think, doing relatively well here.
We get some miracle steal by Niket. It should just be that trade and objectives. LNG going to be happy to put themselves in a position to start stacking a Dragon Soul, whatever it will end up being of type. Whereas NiP getting those 3 grubs will be very nice. Get that early pushing power, making sure that they can try to snowball what has already opened up to be about an 800 gold lead for themselves by picking up some more plates and just getting some more control across the map. So I think overall, both teams relatively happy with how things have gone. Still looking for action here, K-Man. Not a ton, at least so far, as I say that. Trading here on the bottom side. Fish One at the flash away from the Chain of Corruption, but now OVO's on the way alongside Xiaofang with that Grand Starfall. But Niket's able to crash down away, make sure that not enough gap has created for LNG to continue the play.
Quite a few resources committed to a play that goes nowhere for LNG. Certainly not ideal to utilize both Pantheon and Sivir ultimate for basically no kills, but trading Leaves ultimate is generally fine in this case, so you're not going to worry too much. But you're right, Grapes, this has been a bit of a slow start overall to a matchup we were hoping to see a bit more action in. That being said, I do think eventually this will start picking up, especially if LNG do want to keep stacking those dragons. They have a comp that really thrives in a lot of these close quarter fights. See if NiP can maybe try and punish this bot lane now.
Yeah, again, Fish One still no flash. Still has the cleanse available though, and Niket's gonna have to be pretty careful because the Sivir does still pump out a little bit of DPS, but with Nio in the area, it should mean a cessation of control on the bottom side, and now could be OVO in a bit of trouble. Pack taking it back in a bit of a tough spot. Pops the Unbreakable Will, should be able to survive a little bit, but with the Impale, with the Exhaust, with a lot of things expended, should be enough for NiP to pick up first blood. OVO so low. Finally, Doinby will finish it off with an auto attack, but it's bought a lot of time for Haichao, landing that between worlds. But now he's going to be in a lot of trouble. The boulder and the burn nearly enough to take him down. And it does! Nayo making it 2-0 NiP.
Oh, it's a huge, huge play for Ninjas in Pajamas that looked disastrous for a bit for them, but Haichao unfortunately turning things back in favor of NiP in terms of the re-engage 3v1. It is a huge swing of gold going in favor of Ninjas in Pajamas, and you can talk about the scaling, you can talk about the way they play these late game team fights. If you're gifting a ton of gold over to NiP, who's playing very aggressive, things are going to get sour really, really fast. It's Nayo and Doinby linking up once again to make a play.
And just a bit of a greedy back here by OVO, not realizing that the collapse could still continue. Even though he has ult, he has flash. Doesn't use either particularly well.
Yeah, it's unfortunately not a good exchange for OVO. Ends up not being able to flash over the Talia wall. Does try to get something back with Niket, but once Haichao comes here and OVO dies, it becomes very difficult. Haichao, seeing an angle to continue and to try and burst down Doinby, ends up going for another play. Unfortunately, it's just locked down. Pretty inadvisable, I would say, for a comp that really relies on being just as close as possible going into the late game, and definitely a big swing for NiP, but it's about how they can use that gold right now, as they still need to keep their foot on the gas. For now, Doinby pressuring the bot lane.
Gold lead opening up to 2,000 off of that play. And LNG going to try to make some sort of a trade here onto Niket. Nicely done by OVO to try to find some engage. Niket does still have both of his summoner spells, but maybe not going to just use them, try to save them for a later date, as Xiaofeng will come in and punish for the first kill of the game for LNG. Now Leave could be in a little bit of trouble here, getting stunned up by Xiaofeng, who jumps in with that Grand Starfall. But the Varus will survive and LNG get on the board.
It's a really nice pick for LNG. They needed to be able to get some gold back there, and it does go on a good target in the Pantheon. A little bit of a waste of the Pantheon ultimate afterwards to get some damage down on Leave. A pretty big cooldown to burn there, but overall, a necessary play for LNG to stay in this game. Gold lead, not really equalized, but certainly a little bit better. But Dragon spawning in 1 minute, that's going to be the big priority, in my opinion, for these two teams. Herald still a minute and a half away, so I imagine bot side will have the pressure for now on, especially after Haichao ends up pushing in and catching that bot wave. So we will see where these teams want to put every bit of resource they have at the current moment.
Yeah, that's the type of playmaking that we are excited to see from a player like OVO, right? A new addition to the roster coming in to kind of find some solution to salvage this bottom side, to salvage this season for LNG. Able to be creative, and obviously it was Niket who stepped forward and into the enemy jungle, but OVO with the Hex Flash finding the punish, forcing Niket into a bad spot. That is what we want to see out of a newer player like this. So, hopefully for LNG, whether this is just a chance for them to keep their season alive, to get a chance to get into that play-in stage, or this is just an opportunity for them to trial some new players and see what their options are looking into 2026. This is the stuff that we like to see out of a player here like OVO.
Definitely, he has brought that second level of aggressiveness to this team, but it's NiP now being aggressive as they start up the Dragon. If they take this, it's quite bad for LNG. We will have to see how that ends up breaking down, as stream ends up being a little bit wonky, at least for me here. But it does look like it's going to go over to NiP here. And again, stopping that Dragon stacking is pretty massive overall for Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yes, yeah, they have really controlled things here in this first game ever since that first fight went their way on the bottom side. We're starting to get first item completions coming through kind of across all parties, but at these early spikes, I think favoring Ninjas Pajamas at least a little bit, getting that Youmu's onto Varus. As you see here, already having a major impact onto Fish One, nearly taking him down. Fish One had to use both the Spell Shield and the Cleanse to get away from that.
I mean, that's the problem with the Sivir matchup. You can talk about the Spell Shield being very good into Varus, and you're absolutely right, but you can't Spell Shield everything. You've got to pick your targets, the Cleanse being necessary there. Fish One with a really nice Captain Jack to be able to get himself to safety, but this can be a tough matchup for Sivir if Fish One ends up mispositioning, which is something that, let's be honest, he's done a couple of times over the course of this split already. I think a lot of pressure is going to be put on the front to back. See if the AD carry can step up.
The Herald up, LNG wanting to try to force the pressure here a little bit. Throwing a little bit of poke out here from Haichao, who now has the completed Leandry, so we'll be able to do a little bit of extra damage here in this potential fight. They've really started to load up here on the top side of the map. Both top laners still farming down on the bottom side, knowing that they have teleports to join the team if a fight does break out. Niket, though, popping that early ghost, going in. OVO gonna catch him out, though. I'm in a lot of trouble, gonna end up taking him down. That's Haichao picking up the first kill of the fight.
Very, very big get there for LNG to be able to pick up that Rel. That's really the easy form of engage. At this point, they should control the Herald, and it does look like it's started by Xiaofeng. I would be shocked if NiP want to contest this, but they definitely look like they want to.
Still a lot of resources, a lot of damage here on Leave specifically. You can see the piercing arrows doing some work to poke. OVO waiting on the backside of things. It looks like Ninja Pajamas turning their sights instead towards Zika, who walked over to try to join his team towards the mid lane. That forces a flash out of him, and it also forces LNG to get away from the Rift Herald if Nio now is the one to start it up.
Super heads-up play there from Doingby to completely change the fight. It's a great Talia ultimate to scare out the Rumble and force LNG off because they don't have the combat power. Nio is strong enough to be able to stand his ground in that situation, so really nice play by Ninjas in Pajamas that is going to win them the Herald, and it's once again just better execution. You can talk about NiP having the draft that can, win fights at this point in the game, but you still need to position well. Even after Niket ends up getting caught, they still are able to get the objective.
And that's a big shout for NiP, who control both topside objectives. All three of the Grubs and that Rift Herald now in the hands of their jungler, Nio, on the Skarner. And Ninjas Pajamas, a pretty good spot here in this game, but as we mentioned, continuing to keep that pace going will be critical as we move along here in this one. But on LNG's side, they gotta try to figure out where their damage is gonna come from in some of these later fights, as Haichao and Vishwan really have been put behind, and OVO might have gotten caught out himself, forcing that unbreakable will. Haichao in the area, but not gonna be able to save his support. Another big mistake here by OVO as Feats of Warfare claimed by Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah, it's so difficult to really secure areas here with NiP playing so well as a group, and unfortunately, OVO paying the price on the Alistar, but LNG will at least make a play somewhere else. They grab that mid lane tier 1. They're going to continue to push in this wave, so not an entire loss overall for LNG, but still a good pick for NiP as they continue to grow their gold lead.
Getting that first tower as well, so technically for them, not getting that first tower of the game objective, as actually mid-tier 1 was taken by LNG. But Feats of Warfare, Feats of Monster Slaying, both in their inventories. They're going to have those upgraded boots as soon as they get picked up for the remainder of this game. Now our sights turn towards that second dragon for either squad. It is an Ocean Rift that has graced us here in this first game. We'll see if NiP want to focus down on it. I feel like for them, fighting as much as they can when they are at this point is probably a good thing for them.
Definitely. Making those exchanges as much as possible is always good. Getting any gold in the pocket of your carries is going to be a big deal, as NiP end up pushing in down on the bot side here. This should be bot lane tier 1 for free, which should set up relatively well around this Ocean Dragon. I just want to pinpoint how scary it is to start giving NiP Ocean Dragons in this game with Ambessa, with Skarner, with Rel. It's going to become very difficult to break through this team if you're giving up a lot of these objectives. LNG, unfortunately, might need to fight here.
Xiaofeng going to be the one to try to lead the charge, has that Sunder Sky in his inventory. A very strong position right now. As OVO doing his best to face check a little bit with that support item, keeping him nice and durable, but you can see NiP strengthen their composition right now with Leave at the point that he is at. Poking out with the piercing arrow, mid lane control now being generated by Ninja Pajamas as they will send the Herald into there, and Fish One's already down to 40% HP. In a very tough spot, Summoner Heal already popped, as LNG gonna have a tough time trying to get into this Dragon Pit.
Yeah, Fish One taking so much damage trying to clear the wave on the Sivir basically makes this fight unplayable, I would say, for LNG. They're gonna try anyways, though. NiP setting a trap.
Looks like NiP not concerned for the Drake just yet. Instead, they want the fight. They want OVO, and they should be able to take him down with Nio claiming the gold. Public execution flashed away from by Fish One, and it uses the cleanse to get away from that Varus chain. And so LNG only losing their support for now, but that should be enough here for the Ninjas to head towards that second Drake.
Yeah, that will be a huge win for Ninjas in Pajamas. Once again, just really smart execution, understanding that LNG basically have to contest even with the Sivir in a bad spot. That Weaver's Wall ends up completely separating everyone on LNG, forcing OVO to basically perish immediately in the fight. And once again, it's just great setup and execution from Ninjas in Pajamas. We really are seeing a bit of a team diff in terms of how this game is going. We're going to get a replay here as we do see LNG feeling like they need to posture to try and push NiP off of this objective, but they just don't have the resources to do so. As tanky as this Alistar is, he can't survive forever, and we're immediately back.
Yeah, another fight has opened up, and OVO once again gonna get targeted. He dies for the 4th time this game as Solo Kill jumps in there to claim another kill onto the cow. And Ninjas in Pajamas taking advantage of one of the newest roster moves here for LNG. And they might be able to, they're not gonna get to the Otacon here. They're gonna push away here, but continuing to push their lead.
It's looking tough for OVO right now. Sometimes you get that aggressive tendency, and it gives a lot to the team, and it gives a lot of positives. Sometimes it doesn't necessarily give a lot of positives. We're going to get a replay with how this ended up starting. Xiaofeng just walking into Niket and Nio in his own jungle. He has to flash out of the Impale, but at this point, should be a relatively easy disengage. LNG, however, want to try and punish. It was actually Leaves teleport coming in, so immediately has to flash, but even at this point, OVO cannot frontline. Like, he does not have the tank stats. He's going to die incredibly quickly, and it's Ninjas in Pajamas once again just proving who cares if we don't have the team fight strength. We've got a 3-kill Skarner and a Varus that's absolutely piercing your frontline.
Oh, OVO trying to make up for it here with the play onto Niket, but he's actually gonna maybe be taken down. Burning right now with the Unbreakable Will onto him. If it wasn't for that ultimate, he certainly would have been toast as both supports get taken down to below 100 HP. But nobody ends up falling.
You can call OVO a lot of things. You can't call them scared. Unfortunately, the play just barely not working out, and NiP, with that tempo that they generated, are going to start up the Otacon. And honestly, I'm not sure LNG can contest this. Xiaofeng and Zika are in the area, though.
Yeah, Fish1, though, did take a reset alongside his support. Xiaofeng is going to have to try to jump in here to steal this away, but instead will be claimed by Ninjas Pajamas, and now they're going to look for a fight with Doinby coming in with the Weaver's Wall. Xiaofeng dodge away from the seismic shove and should be able to survive. OVO going in again here on to Nio. Remember, he doesn't have that ultimate, so he just gets bursted down quickly. And here comes that Grand Starfall from Xiaofeng, but there's no follow-up from the rest of his team. He should likely go down. The Aegis keeping him alive. Public execution onto the Sivir as well, as Solo Kill's looking at 1v2. Leave dies on the backside, but Solo Kill gonna win it. A 1v3, getting himself a double kill. As NiP end up losing a couple members, but they're going to be happy about that as the Otacon's now in their hands.
It's gone from bad to worse for LNG in this one. It's a very ill-advised fight. Doinby with another great Weaver's Wall to force LNG into this choke point position. They try to capitalize, but as we'll see on the replay, there's just not enough damage. They end up flying in here, and it's well dodged out by Xiaofeng. Fish1 still taking some damage at the start of this fight, but OVO re-engaging on the Skarner. Solo Kill can just burst him down alongside this Taliyah, and the Alistar is once again almost entirely ineffective. The moment that Xiaofeng goes in, he immediately gets ulted by the Skarner. That means there's absolutely no follow-up, and once Solo Kill obliterates the backline here, gets onto the Sivir, is a free cleanup for Ninjas in Pajamas. Solo Kill has been on fire as of late, and that was very clear in that fight. They have taken a commanding lead, and that's with Baron spawning in 30 seconds, Dragon spawning in just over a minute. Could be nearing the end here for NiP.
And Solo Kills and Bessa has just been a big piece of the puzzle for Ninjas Pajamas as well. He's had such tremendous games on this pick specifically, especially over their run in the second round robin here in Group Nirvana. Do want to give some credit to Zika. He found an angle onto the flashless leave, ended up soloing out the Varus and getting a little bit back for himself, but right now, the rest of his map not doing particularly well, as NiP have opened up a 3,500 gold lead. They are continuing to just torment the enemy jungle as well, with the next site being towards likely that Baron Nashor, which has just spawned.
Yeah, I can't speak for anything concretely, but, you know, Rhino might have been onto something on the pre-show, talking about Zika, looking at the rest of this team. You know, I'm not sure I'd be feeling too good after that fight, but unfortunately, just not a lot going right for LNG in this game, specifically the Alistar just getting caught out, being so aggressive. We will see OVO once again so far forward. Could potentially be punished, but at least he has his team with him this time.
Oh, and they just walked straight into vision. Everybody else got away, but Fish One might be the one left out to dry. Meanwhile, Solo Kill fighting things out in a 1v3, uses the ulti to get himself back towards his team, and guess who the target will be once more? It's OVO dying for the 6th time this game. Solo Kill ends up picking it up, and another one goes into the hands of Ninjas in Pajamas with Dragon spawning.
Truly a game to forget right now for OVO, but things are not over just yet. Yes, this is Soul Point for Ninjas in Pajamas, which is never good, but it is not Soul, which I think is the important piece to take away from this. Baron still on the map and still fightable, but that gold lead just continues to balloon and grow, and right now Ninjas in Pajamas have already proven that they can do more with the gold that they have than LNG can with what they have, and you know, to have more resources in that scenario as well could be very dangerous.
And now Haichao could be in some trouble as well, popping the ulti and the flash to get away from Doinby, who went in for a flank. And LNG just seemed disjointed at this point. We talked a little bit about OVO making some nice plays at the start of this game, but it feels like overall, K-Man, he's not had the impact that we have been hoping to see out of the LNG support. I know that a lot of the times you can't necessarily look at the KDA here for certain supports. I know our guest here on the stream, Rhino, has had multiple instances of dying a lot but still being very impactful for his team. The KDAs are not always pretty, but this is one of those situations with the KDA, it seems like it's speaking towards how OVO has been playing, which is far too aggressive and not really lined up with the rest of his squad.
Yeah, I think you can give him at least a little bit of slack for some of the deaths, but certainly not all 6 of them. I think that is fair to say. It's tough to play support when your team really has no tempo or pressure around the map, but OVO needs to really learn how to pull it back. I think that's something that is, you know, clearly lacking from his game. We've seen that in other series as well. He has one mode, and that's forward, so we'll see if that can end up turning things around at this point for LNG, but we could have a classic fight over a buff here if we see LNG walk forward. Will just be the give with Baron still on the map.
Remember, for LNG, they have the Sivir, they have the Rumble, who actually has gotten himself pretty far in terms of items and levels now with that Rift Maker now completed. So they have the damage to theoretically get themselves into a stage where the 5v5s work out, but right now NiP not letting them have it. They're not going to really be at a position where things are even, especially if they're able to claim this Ocean Soul in about 3 minutes time. So LNG, even though they have the scaling comp, almost on a timer here, K-Man, they need to make sure that they do not give up this soul, or else it could be a really bad time for them.
Yeah, I was talking about it earlier. The moment you give Ocean Soul to Ambessa, Skarner, Rel, this game becomes nearly impossible to win with the lack of damage that you have right now on LNG. So you need to be able to control this area, but it's so hard to do so. Nio can just walk in.
Yo, flashes forward again, but he gets canceled by the Impale. Xiaofeng coming in with the Grand Starfall, but ends up immediately backing out. Solo Kill ends up false starting here onto the Pantheon, but still going to be able to slow him down, take down the jungler for LNG. The equalizer does a little bit, but it's not nearly enough to burst anybody in NiP down. And with Xiaofeng down for the next 40 seconds, Baron certainly could be on the cards. But it looks like instead they want to try to generate some priority here in the mid lane. Haichao dashing away from that seismic shove. OVO now going to be the target as Solo Kill dashes forward. And LNG are just slowly running into their doom. Nio, with the Excel's impact, takes him down and goes straight into Fish One to pick himself up a double kill. Zigga's now overheated on the wrong side of the map. He will fall. Haichao going to get knocked up by Niket. It's an absolute wipe as the Ninjas in Pajamas put LNG to bed.
If there was ever any doubt on who was going to run the rest of this game, it's been put to rest with that fight. LNG once again feeling like they can jump in and try and take a fight. OVO flashing to try to find an exchange onto Nio, who looks to be, quote, overextended. Xiaofeng ulting to try and turn things around. But of course NiP have members to be able to back that up. It's a desperation play that they're just not able to capitalize on, and Baron will be the prize.
So NiP gonna be wearing purple for the next 3 minutes time. It's getting a look at how this one started off. Engaged potential here from Nio. Very, very nice. And Xiaofeng maybe taking things a little bit too far.
Yeah, it's just a really, really aggressive look here, especially once the Weaver's Wall is dropped for not only OVO to go in, but especially for Xiaofeng to ult. With Solo Kill on the flank, there's really no way for the Pantheon to get out of this. You're just sacking your jungler in this instance, but as I said, definitely a desperation move for a team that feels like they have to do something. At this point, LNG make the call to at least push in the mid wave to try and dissuade NiP from immediately taking Baron. But at this point, how do you get out of here? If NiP end up making the collapse, that's exactly what ends up happening. Even in these small quarters fights that we thought LNG were going to be good in, there's nothing to do, and the gold lead is just too big at this point. Ninjas in Pajamas are so far ahead. Their execution in this game has been so much better in terms of how they play these champs, and now they have everything on the map to show for it.
Well, Haichad's going to TP down to the bottom lane, which is seemingly where LNG want to make their final stand. As they're pushing in this wave, but it might not be very far. Zika is going to get ultied as he's just way out of position. And Niket comes in with a two-man Magnet Storm as well. Already the first casualty is in the hands of NiP. Impale lands on the Fish One as solo kill. Gonna finish the job. Another wipe here for the Ninjas as they'll pick up an easy Game 1 win.
From moment one, it was clear one of these teams was just better in this game, and that team is Ninjas in Pajamas. They are one game away now from being able to end their split with only one series loss in the regular season, and they do so at the very least here in Game 1 in incredibly dominant fashion.
In a matchup between the first place team and the last place team in Group Nirvana, certainly looking like it. In this first matchup, at the very least, Ninjas in Pajamas 19-4, a dominant win here in Game 1 of this series.
Well, Grapes, we certainly have a bit to discuss. I'm excited to hear what the desk has to say about that game number 1, because there are a lot of things that ended up going wrong for LNG and a lot of things that ended up going right for Ninjas in Pajamas. Just about every play going in favor of the favorite team in this series. And honestly, if game 2 is anything like game 1, we might be in for a short series.
Tough one here for LNG. It felt like they never really were in a position to do anything, almost. Like they seemed like their identity in terms of how they wanted to play the map never really formulated, whether it was the early play on the bottom lane, successful dive there in to take some early gold, and then how they're able to just like lose out on some of these major objectives. I mean, the only thing that they were able to get was that first dragon, and it came at the cost of the 3 grubs, and we saw how big of an impact that ended up having as we got later on into that game. The support matchup conversations, I'm looking forward to it, because there's definitely some things to discuss with how that one went.
Oh yeah, I think there's quite a bit to discuss. I think, unfortunately for OVO, that was likely his worst game of the split up until this point since joining this LNG roster. Getting caught out early ended up being really consequential for snowballing this game out of control. You know, we often talk about how it's usually better for teams to make decisions and to be aggressive, even if those decisions aren't the right ones. Fortunately, in this game, that very much was not the case for LNG, who really suffered from perhaps going in situations they maybe didn't have setups for.
Yeah, and you know, I'm curious to hear Rhino's thoughts of like how much of that is specifically the support's fault versus just the team not setting up for him. Obviously, if you're a new player, you know, jumping into a roster, making like, you know, your LPL debut or your first couple of games here in this league, a lot of pressure on you to perform, especially with the stakes of where LNG are at in the standings, as their chances of qualifying into the play-in stage are rapidly slipping away at this point. But also got to give some credit to NiP, as they really did play this game well. Talk about some MVP favorites. I feel like Solo Kill definitely has to be up there. He really played some of those team fights well.
Yeah, Solo Kill is a monster on Investa. He's been in such incredible form over the past couple of weeks. It really does feel like he's kind of found his, you know, niche on the top side of the map and how this team wants to play the game. I want to give a shout out to Doingby. I thought the Weaver's Walls were incredible on the Talia. The shoves were incredible in this game, but really everybody on Ninjas in Pajamas stepping up and really just out executing LNG in a lot of these pivotal exchanges. I think you can look down the board at every position and really say that everyone was better than their opposition.
And just to do a little bit of napkin math here as we go through the Nirvana standings. I mean, LNG currently in last place. 4th place has 3 wins at this point. That is Ultra Prime, who also still have 2 matches left to go. And so for LNG, time's ticking. They still have to play EDG as well. And so really going to have to turn things around if they want to have a chance to come alive and go here into this, you know, next segment of the season. Otherwise, it's going to be wraps on LNG for 2025. But that's going to do it for us here on the caster desk. Let's throw it on over to Slayer, Cubby, and Rhino to see what their thoughts are on this game.
Thank you kindly, Grapes, for bestowing us the honor of going through all these amazing post-game graphics, breaking down such a competitive game, guys. I mean, no, yeah, I can't lie to the viewers out there. Yeah, this is Rhino. I know you're gonna get accustomed to more LPL joining us here. I unfortunately have to update you. This is pretty normal stock standard for what myself and Cubby thought we would be seeing coming into this matchup. What did you take away from this game? Because I know Grapes kind of said stole one of my lines. I wanted to ask you with OVO's stat line. How much are you willing to? Some would say cope. I would say provide context to his stat line in this game.
Yeah, so you could look at the stats and think like I might have, backed the wrong horse or whatever, or the wrong cow, I guess, for OVO. But I think maybe half of his deaths or so could be explained away a little bit. Definitely, though, regardless, like not a great performance. I will say that when you're playing against a team that is like this disparity between these two teams, it's like literally the top team in their group versus bottom team, or like one of the bottom teams in the group.
Right.
There's like this aura that the better team will have on you in the game where it feels so constrictive, and you feel like you just feel like it's so hard to make things happen. And you see where OVO, like the play where he Q flashes onto the Skarner is so indicative of like this extremely desperate type of gameplay where they're just so desperate for just one thing to go right, and it feels like everything is sort of falling apart around them. So the game versus a clean NiP where they didn't make any of these over plays in the side lane that turned into tragedies that I was hoping for LNG. NiP didn't do any of those misplays that they're usually prone to doing, or they didn't get punished for it, at least this game. So the game sort of just fell away from LNG, and as the Alistar of the team, of the front line, OVO just happened to have 7 million deaths
yeah
on support. So I don't know, it's tough.
Yeah, it happens on Call of Duty, sadly, sometimes. But
It does.
Yeah.
do want to dive into some of the clips. I think the one thing that we wanted to set up real quick here, Rhino, I don't even think we have to watch this one. But if we take a peek, see at the screen, as we're hopping in.
Yeah, okay. We can go at this now. I think we gotta talk player of the game first, Cubby.
Oh, we got
much
Pog?
time. Yeah, we
Okay.
have Pog. We got a lot of time before we're gonna.
Let's just do this real quick
we
before
can tease
Pog,
it a little bit. Yeah, go
We
ahead.
got a support coaching session. Rhino, real quick, mentality. As I'm taking the mentality to just go over this. And sorry for the slap on the screen, guys. It's producer Cubby, sadly, with this. With producer Chippy, already working 2 things instead of 1 usually. This, we just kind of talked about. We were curious that Alistar didn't combo here, Rhino. What are you thinking and why? As the Rel just showed mid in this context of the game. Oh wait, we got Pog.
Yeah, let's
Okay.
give the Pog. All right, so Nayo's gonna grab this one up for this really proactive Skarner game. You heard Rhino kind of talking about the fact that Nayo made it pretty hard for OVO to ever try and function. So shout out to him.
Back to supports.
And, yeah,
congrats,
let's get you guys
congrats,
yapping
Scorpion.
again.
Now to talk about cows. Here we go. We were surprised that this combo didn't come through.
This is kind of what I was alluding to a little bit, where there's just this aura of the better team where you feel like something must be wrong. Like I can put myself into OVO's mind here, and I'm almost certain he feels like something must be wrong here, and he just can't. He feels like for some reason he can't go in.
I will also say maybe approach from around potentially, and because the control ward, he doesn't take the best path.
To be fair, to be clear,
execution?
I don't think they ever really kill the Ambessa here. But maybe they definitely can chunk her, maybe get flash, maybe get her ulti out, as she buffers his combo or something. But some kind of pressure to where they're 2v1ing up here, and they're not even zoning the Ambessa off the wave or anything, So it's unfortunate to see, and when I saw this, it seemed to indicate sort of the mindset that LNG is in as a whole, where they're just on the back foot and sort of scared to make things happen a little bit versus a pretty intimidating NiP opponent. So yeah, it's just I wish I could see a little bit more aggression for sure in a situation like this.
Well, speaking of aggression, or Slayer, do you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, I think this just kind of really ties into what Rhino's always been talking about, that with like mentality. And while the good side of it for OVO is, you can look to be a lot more proactive to try and get a team that's 1-6 rolling a bit. Yeah, you also can have this fear factor where it's like, okay, if I mess up early, I don't want to lose my entire team the game because things are already bad. So I think that's a very masterful point to kind of bring up here. But I do want to, before we dive into some of these other clips, we got a little bit of a taste from the early game. I do want to make sure that we can talk about why Rhino, has graciously joined us and who's been able to bring him on here with us. And that is, prodiff, and we need to give them their flowers. Not most importantly for prodiff as well, but because I want to get Rhino some coaching sessions so he can make a lot of you guys at home better. You could use the code below, LPL10, and you'll save 10% on your purchase with prodiff to get a coaching session from Rhino. He's got the track record. You already heard him talk so eloquently about our two supports today, so why not help him level up your solo queue play, Rhino? And I know you are eager to get some more coaching going here and help the future solo queue players of North America.
Rhino, have you had any students climb any ranks yet, or in some of the coaching sessions? You have any proud accomplishments to coach so far?
I haven't had anybody so long term like that. Any super long term students, but I have had some recent coaching sessions where I've had really great feedback, and pretty much everybody I've coached so far has said that they want to come back for more sessions as we build on something long term, and hope to see their ranks improve.
Nice.
Which is basically a guarantee with my coaching.
Yeah, there we go. That's what I like.
You know.
Let's bring the ego out a little bit. Yes, you will be climbing Elo if you sign up with Rhino. But as helpful as Rhino is as an asset to helping, you guys at home with prodiff soar, I do also want to shout out all you watching at home, and specifically our coffee supporters, because they're what makes this LPL broadcast really raise up to the levels we've gotten here. So if you would like to support LPL English, consider becoming a coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, since a vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. Subscribe to Coffee. It is linked in our chat wherever you are watching to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. So got to shout out Rhino so you guys can sign up and, climb your solo queue ranks. And as always, want to get as many of you supporting us on Coffee as possible. But we always appreciate every single one of you guys watching at home, hitting follow, subscribe, wherever you're watching. So big shout out to all of you guys. All right, Cubby, I've gotten my housekeeping duties out of the way. Let's dive more into these clips, because I'm excited to be watching this and hear what Rhino thinks about it.
We have a couple base cancels we want to talk about here, Rhino, that we found kind of interesting.
Yeah, so here is kind of this is a great example of Niket and Leave turning what basically should be nothing into something here for their team. So what actually is supposed to happen, or what LNG is intending to happen, their Pantheon just farmed their bot side, and they're bad conditions bots, so they just want to base and likely intend to swap, but might come back bot lane, something like that. But Niket goes in, gets really deep vision, basically in the Pantheon's face, and watches him leave, and then gets vision, cancels the Sivir, and so they just keep canceling the Sivir over and over, and it turns into this fiesta that really benefits NiP.
I really like the vision put down here, and as you said, we saw how positive the play was in the back half, but the first play of the game, it pretty much spurs off of this, right? Like, that chunk on the Sivir just makes the conditions so bad, where Skarner can join, they punish.
Yeah, and it really is really should have just been nothing. It's turning this nothing situation of people basing, and you could say that they maybe based a little greedily or whatever, but
Yeah.
it gets Alistar Flash, Alistar Ult, delays Sivir's base, and gets First Blood. It's a pretty solid run of things for NiP for First Blood.
Agree. Last one we had too, is I have to go back to me before we swap up. We had a vision line that we liked quite a bit. So this was from OVO, and I think that a lot of things, like for viewers at home, objective setups. Walk us through this one, because this is a rift setup through top, which we don't always see, and was played well.
Yep. And you can basically mirror how this functions around Dragon too, and bot side, but this was one of the very positive. This was one of the very positive moments from LNG and from OVO, where initially there is this vision control and setup from NiP in the river, but because LNG gets topside push, they have at least even like the mid wave's dead, they have topside push. So because Doonby has to clear that top wave, they have priority to get these pinks down in the river. So they just sit on their pinks, and all of a sudden Niket is playing it pretty safely. He's not even face checking all that dangerously or far away from his team, but he face checks, and if you're there to punish the face check, then they just get the kill. It's just a free, like, Alistar combos and he's dead. It's just free. It's a great play by LNG.
Now, on the flip side for LNG, I thought the interesting part, they actually lost out on the Heralds, so did OVO have to burn ult here? Yeah, kind of, because he phase rushed out of there.
That he could, you could argue that he could maybe do something like wait a little bit more until he was taking more damage.
Yeah.
He could have used his flash in a different way, but his ulti to buffer was clean on the Skarnery at least. Maybe.
Yeah,
maybe
I was
could have
curious.
been a little more judicial, but.
Yeah, that was obviously a big one because they lost the Herald, but I don't know. I always find those sequences interesting because sometimes like I can talk about connecting or playing through mid or playing through bot, but seeing that Rift played through top really well as they controlled that was actually that was a good one from LNG and OVO. But I know we're getting close to the upcoming series.
Yeah, we are.
Anything that you want to see from either of these supports before we throw it back to the casters, Rhino, for the next game or either of the teams, because that was a rather one-sided affair.
Well, I almost feel like the supports knew that we're looking at them because they've just made so much action, like all this fiesta happen. Yeah. So I hope
he's not used to the LPL
we can
yet,
get
guys,
I hope we can get more of that for this game, but maybe a little bit more even and not so one-sided towards NiP is what I'm hoping for.
Okay.
But we'll see. Hopefully LNG is in the right place at the right time and can punish the NiP over aggression.
Yep. All right, and Rhino, so we have you on the broadcast as long as possible. That's why I'm pulling for LNG here. So we get 3 games to get more Rhino breakdowns. Hope you guys all enjoyed Cubby and Rhino breaking down the support gameplay we saw. But now it is time to go into drafts, as you can see. So we're going back to G-Man and K-Man, our 2 casters. Take it away, guys.
G-Man, okay. I like the sound of that. As you know, I am from the New York area, not necessarily a Giants fan, but you know, good respect to Slayer there, as we are in the draft of game number 2. Big shout out to Rhino for even finding the positives about LNG's gameplay. That is why he gets paid the big bucks. That's why he's on prodiff. If you can convince Cubby to come onto a show and watch Hai Chao willingly, that's how you know that Rhino is a very good guest to have here on this stream. So shout out.
Yeah, that is definitely a major accomplishment for Rhino to be able to hold. But as we get into draft here, very similar bans to game number 1. Still things like Yunara and Vi banned out here, and then the Viego, of course, taken away from NiP, not wanting to give that to Xiaofeng, especially on blue side now. But it will be Zika's Renekton locked in as a B1. People might forget because it hasn't been quite as prevalent so far in 2025. This has been one of his best picks over the course of his career, and this is definitely comfort. One of my big problems with LNG in game number 1 was just the fact that they didn't really have any ways to contest in the early game. Renekton certainly gives them more of that.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not Rumble, it's Renekton here for Zika, kind of going down that priority list. And when you're likely one of the best players on this LNG team, certainly the one with the most pedigree, not surprising to see them prioritize a top lane lock-in early in both matchups. Going to be responded to by a Senna here for Leave, another champion that can scale very well into the game. The Cassante adding a lot to that as we see a Brand getting locked in next alongside a Leona. Now this could go a number of different ways. Mid lane, obviously, bot lane, even for Fish One. Maybe a Brand jungle. I mean, okay, man, this is a little bit unexpected.
Yeah, I mean, this certainly opens up the possibilities for LNG's draft. I mean, everything's against the wall right now, right? If you lose this series, you're basically out. You might as well try absolutely everything that you can. I have a feeling this might be in the jungle. That would certainly be something that would be very interesting to talk about, especially because Brand is certainly a different champion than the last time we saw him regularly in the jungle. But do want to touch upon Ninjas in Pajamas draft at least a little bit here. The Senna picked up for Leave. This is actually the most banned champion against NiP. Throughout this split so far. This is something that people are clearly scared of giving to Leave, and he's able to pick it up alongside the Braum, which is one of Niket's most consistent picks, as we saw over the course of last split. So excited to see comfort coming in, I guess, from both sides, but man, that Brand makes things interesting.
I don't think I've seen a Brand this year at all. Like, this is very unique here. Obviously had a lot of prevalence last season when the AP junglers were just going wild with, you know, just all the items and the like, but very curious to see how this Brand is able to function, as it does provide a little bit of extra damage here, especially in these big team fights, which seemingly is also once again what NiP would like to focus on. Now, as we go into the second phase of the draft, we see junglers being targeted against Nio. The mid jungle for NiP gonna have to pack a punch with a lot of utility focused champs already locked in for them in the first rotation.
Yeah, and that's why you're seeing a lot of those priority, like, aggressive junglers taken off the board, the Lee Sin and the Nocturne in particular for Nio. There are still plenty of options available, especially for his champion pool. I think he can go in a lot of different directions, but it'll all just be about which one he wants to lock in for. Things like Lilia were on the table last split, but Nefiri, another champion that's kind of seeing a small re-emergence over the course of the past couple of weeks that I think could be on the table here if they want to go in that direction. But it is the Lilia lock-in here. That signals to me that they really believe this is Brand jungle, that they absolutely think that that's the direction this is going to go in. But man, I'm already so excited. You mentioned it before, Graves. I cover almost every region on my own personal YouTube channel. I have not seen a Brand this year, so I'm very excited to see how this plays out.
Should be a fun time, as it seems like we're really getting into the scaling here, as one of the frequent answers into a Senna composition is just lock and smolder. Hey, if you're going to give us a free lane, we will take it. Fish1 going to put his hands on that. I think he's had this champion in his hands a couple of times already this season, as we'll see what exactly the composition will round out with. Will it be Brand jungle, Brand mid? It looks like it might be towards the mid lane at this point. A blind Jace would certainly be an interesting decision here for Haichao, but AD damage never an issue now that you have this Brand in the jungle. And there it is. Could be a situation where you're flexing this up to the top side, but I would not imagine it, as we'll see what NiP want to round out with their composition here with Doinby.
What a fun Game 2 draft, Graves.
Hey.
I'm glad we got something interesting, especially after that game number 1. It will be
Exactly.
the Victor rounding things out here. Victor Senna certainly sets a tone for Ninjas in Pajamas in terms of how they might want to play this game out moving forward, but the battle lines are drawn. It is do or die for LNG, and they are opting into saying, well, we're either going to get a big lead in the early game or things aren't going to work out. You know, speaking a bit as a mid laner here, I really like the Victor matchup into Jace. I think it's pretty difficult to punish that Victor and to really take down that scaling. I think so much is going to be on Fish1 here on the Smolder. We've talked about him playing for late games. He is their one out, and we'll see what Xiaofang can do on this Brand.
And we talk about the support matchups again, as we have our friend Rhino from prodiff here on the desk. A lot of pressure on OVO, as he is the most reliable form of primary engage on either team, honestly. So fights will really be made or broken by how he is able to maneuver around and find that initial go button on this Leona. Obviously the Braum, a bit of a tough matchup here just in terms of being a champion that can really withstand a lot of pressure. But overall, on NiP's side, not a lot of initial go buttons on their end. So they're going to have to just kind of soak in and counter engage a lot of what NiP throw at them. But I think the big thing here, K-Men, is we're going to see some crazy team fights in this one.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be wild and chaotic, and there's so much damage on both sides of the rift here that it's just going to come down to who can generate that map tempo first. If you can get priority in side lanes this game, I think that might just be over for whoever ends up grabbing that for either team. I think that could be a huge win condition for both, so very excited to see how things play out. Couldn't have asked for a better draft going into game 2.
We got an arcane matchup in the mid lane. I just realized here, Jason versus Victor as well, as from Shenzhen. We bring you game number 2 here of NiP versus LNG, and already off to a wild start, as Xiaofang going to get targeted very heavily. This Brand not very durable early on, and he's going to take a beating, forced to head back to base.
Yeah, not the worst exchange in the world. No flash burn this time, which actually is a bit of an improvement over the early game, last game for LNG, where the Pantheon, maybe not quite at level 1, but had to burn that flash early on at the Crab. NiP now with the invade because of the pressure they've generated. This could be another sore spot for LNG if NiP want to stick around, but Fish1 gonna spot it out.
Throw out a little bit of poke damage himself, as leaving Niket will heal up quite nicely. As this game brings us a jungle matchup straight from 2024 summer here in Lilia up against Brand. These are two junglers, K-Man, that of course have had other stints in the LPL, but this is, you know, really for both of them like the first extended amount of time that they've gotten in quite some time. Both trying to prove themselves here down in Group Nirvana. For Nio, definitely a much more successful journey, at least so far this season. I mean, this is the champion that he got a pentakill on in his first series with LGD in Split 2. Back on a pick like this, but now both of these junglers have a big opportunity to really put the carry pants on here in this game.
Yeah, that's what I'm so excited about. We hyped up these junglers going into this series, and you know, at times we saw a bit of that in game number 1. Nio ends up grabbing that player of the game on the Skarner, but this is much more the type of performance where we are really going to see what they can do to impact the game as a whole. Xiaofeng really needs to get the ball rolling, I think, for his team. If this Brand ends up just being a little bit ineffective around these early skirmishes, things can get out of control quickly against NiP's roster. So once again, I think there is a lot of pressure on a team, but this time it's LNG who should at the very least be in the driver's seat early.
And I love what you say. At least they're going out firing, right? They need a win here to even have a chance. Basically, what needs to happen here for LNG is if they do not lose this series, or they need to beat at least one of NiP and EDG, the top teams, and then hope that an Ultra Prime or an LGD just loses out for the remainder of the season to give themselves any sort of chance. And already dropping this first game, not the best, as game record is also like a tiebreaker when it comes to how, you know, these seeds will be decided. But LNG, the time clearly is running out for them, and hey, shout out to them for being creative and putting themselves potentially on some comfort picks here to go up against a team that clearly has outmatched them throughout the season so far. NiP 3-0 so far in game score against LNG this season.
Yes, and I think that's kind of the key takeaway, is that the execution was really the biggest diff in game number 1. We can talk about the comms, we can talk about the setups, but really it just came down to NiP being better in a lot of their exchanges. A really nice play.
Talk
here for
about
solo
being
kill.
better. Oh, look at that. Nicely done solo kill.
Yeah, that was very nearly a namesake for him on the top side there, with Zika's Renekton just being a little bit too greedy, but luckily he will be able to dice his way out of there. That being said, Nio going to make a counterplay on the bottom side of the map here. Fish1 is quite low.
We'll see if this dive is successful. Zika has a teleport available, but they're looking for something on the top side instead. Already a stun lands onto OVO, who does a nice job of making sure that wave's not in a great spot. Still going to be a risky play, but in goes Nio. They're going to go down at least 1 for 1, as both supports will drop, but overall First Blood goes over to NiP. They should be able to control this bottom wave as well.
Yeah, very risky play there, and we'll see if it's countered on the top side right now. Xiaofeng taking tower shots.
The burn hit onto Xiaofeng here with the passive, as solo kill just gets 2 tower shots for free. Would have been a tough dive either way, but solo kill doing a nice job to keep himself alive up there.
Yeah, that's kind of the negative of Brand, is it becomes very difficult to not aggro those enemy towers. But do want to at least talk a little bit about that trade, because yes, it is First Blood going over to NiP. Haichao potentially in some danger here, but shouldn't really be. Doing has no mana. But you are trading a kill over to Fish1 on this Smolder, and I think really the only thing you have to be super concerned about in the late game here for NiP is the Smolder getting out of control. While Fish1 might not be the most, you know, aggressive positioner in the entire world in terms of dominating games, he certainly is good enough to be able to pilot a champion to take over in the late game like Smolder.
Not a lot of farm so far, though, and that is why a dive like that is potentially good, even though a kill goes over. Just trying to put down this Smolder in what should theoretically be a freer lane for them. As we're actually getting a situation now where NiP rotating their bot lane once again back up top. Maybe just to help out solo kill a little bit, but now you are putting yourself, K-Man, in a position where Fish1 will be able to farm a little bit more freely.
Yeah, this is kind of the problem with putting AD carries behind in the early game in the current meta. It's just that there are plenty of inbuilt ways in terms of how teams are playing the game to get them caught back up. And I think we likely will see that here from Fish1, as Nio getting contested over his Gromp. A pretty wild exchange as a lot of damage coming in. That's what Brand can do. That's absolutely the positive. Come in, take your Gromp, and get out. Very fun stuff overall, but Zika could be a target once again if they do want to play aggressive. Outside of that, it's just going to be Grub spawning in 2 minutes.
Yeah, both top laners pretty immovable, I would say, just given both what they're able to do in the top laners kits, as well as, Smolder and Senna, not necessarily the hardest punching bot laners that we have before we get a couple of items and get later on into the game. So I feel like overall things will be pretty chill for them, as LNG with the bottom lane of NiP rotating top lane, going to be able to pick up that first dragon once again. And so, came in at this point, feeling actually not bad about where LNG are situated. Even though the Smolder is down pretty far in CS, I feel like they've done a couple of things, on the better side, and hey, they have not gone too aggressive yet with OVO.
I think that's the plus, is no bad plays have happened yet. That being said, Fish One may have just cast or cursed them immediately.
Yeah, there goes the all-out. Fish One at the flash away, but a Pathmaker forward in the final, and Topho Strike will take him down as Solo Kill lives up to his name and takes down the Smolder once more in this
Nio
game
lives.
number 2. As we get another skirmish on the top side, as Zika will get the kill on Nio. That tower shot burning him down. And it's a 1-for-1 extended across the map. As immediately as we say not a lot of action, we get some more. Zenith Blade from OVO, not going to connect. The stun does on to Niket. I think he should be alright, although Zika is in the area with the Dominus, but Niket will get out just fine.
Honestly, that one was entirely my fault, Grapes. I do apologize to Fish One. I clearly, egregiously caster cursed him in a way that just was never going to be undone. But that is a big play by Solo Kill. If this Cassante can get online, all of a sudden you're looking at a front line that is very hard to break through with the Cassante and the Braum for 2 very big damage dealers in the backline with Victor and Senna. That's assuming that Nio doesn't already take over the game, but we're going to get a replay of what happened on the top side here. It's Zika just looking very aggressive on this engage with OVO in the area. Nio just getting chain CC'd into oblivion. There's no way out here. Unfortunately for him, he does end up aggroing OVO because of the burn, and so he ends up taking the tower shot and dying from that. But it's a good counterplay from LNG on the top side, and it will give them pressure over these grubs, and that's all of the early objectives going in favor of LNG.
Yeah, I mean, normally when you rotate your bot lane to the top side of the map, it's to get early access to the grubs, but not happening right now here for NiP, as Niket's taking a ton of damage from the brand passive and will burn down for Feats of Warfare secured by LNG. A teleport's come in for Solo Kill. So it looks like Ninjas Pajamas still want to try to contest some of these grubs, but it's going to be very difficult for them to do so, as Xiaofeng in a very powerful spot in the game, and with Zika joining all 5 members of LNG, they will get full control of the grubs as well as that first dragon.
Oh boy, Grapes, it's not just a brand game, it's a good brand game, and I think that's even more exciting for us as viewers. Xiaofeng really utilizing this champion well. Nio going to be taking his red here. OVO just going to be poking around in the area, going to continue to play super aggressively in terms of his position. Niket is in the area, does have to be at the very least a little bit scared, but this continues to be really solid for LNG. The only concern is that, again, the front to back is relatively consistent for NiP, but at least all of the early tests very much have been passed.
Yeah, and they're actually in a very even game state right now, and even looking towards the mid lane, Haichao getting a nice trade onto Doinby, who does not have much mana there, getting a wave pushed in. LNG, they can continue to play this way, get Fish One into a good position as well. Maybe looking at a game 3 here, came in, and that's the thing about LNG, is that even though they're of course sitting in last place, they have been competitive in a lot of these series in Group Nirvana. 5 game wins overall across the board. A couple of their last series also going to 3 games. They're keeping up, right? And that is why it's kind of sad to see them have their season like really be in severe danger at this point, because they've been playing close to teams like LGD and Ultra Prime, and so if they just get another chance to, match up against them, maybe the story ends up a little bit different.
I think the thing you're looking at, if you are a fan of LNG and you hope this goes to 3, is that it's not just LNG in this series who have been Game 3 merchants, but oh my goodness, the damage on Solo Kill.
Man, I didn't realize Brand had it like that. Man, shout out to Xiaofeng right now. Now 2-0-0, just back for a full Leandries at 10.5 minutes as they take down Solo Kill on the top side. With LNG wanting to keep their series alive just a little bit longer here, K-Man, and they're doing a good job of it so far.
Yeah, no, they're doing a great job of it. The brand is very much paying off. 2-0 is relatively even in gold on Nio, but again, the brand has so much more tempo on the map right now that it's really easy for Xiaofeng to kind of make every play that he wants to. We'll see how Haichao ends up playing the mid game here on the Jace. I think that's going to determine a lot about how this game ends up progressing, but, you know, it's a gold lead for LNG, something they couldn't even really sniff in game number 1.
And being in a gold lead with Smolder comp, always going to be great. Obviously, the Smolder not in the best position right now as Leave has gotten himself actually very nicely in the stack department. 44, I think, is what I'm reading right now at the 11-minute mark. Is certainly nothing to scoff at this point. But the rest of LNG doing a very nice job, specifically at the top side of the map. I feel like we talk about Zika and Xiaofeng as being really explosive players. I mean, just remember Zika. As recently as a year ago, one of the most exciting top laners in the world, obviously has not felt like that recently with how tough his team play has been, and you know, at some points his own, but so far putting LNG into a good position right now against one of the best teams that Group Nirvana does possess. Next thing to fight over here is this dragon, as LNG already have claimed the first. Getting this one here would get themselves the full feats of strength.
Yeah, but this is so tough. Fish 1 is at half health, and he has no ultimate, so this is going to be a very difficult fight for LNG to take if they want to try.
OVO stepping forward, landing that Solar Flare, and the Zenith Blade on to Leave, who pops the Dawning Shadow and will be able to keep his teammates healthy for now. The Arcane Storm, the Swirl Seed, there's the Lilting Lullaby and well, stunning up two. Xiaofeng is down as Nio makes him pay, but Fish 1 is still alive. The Shock Blast will take down the Lilia, making it a 1-for-1, but Doinby's still chasing. Doinby's got himself OVO, and Haichao is the next target, forced to flash away. NiP go 2-for-1, and will prevent LNG from picking up that Drake.
It's an absolutely huge mistake for LNG. They really put themselves in a position where they should not be able to contest the dragon in terms of their setup, and yet they tried to do it anyways. It's well punished by NiP, and Nio once again coming in clutch with the Lilia ultimate and then bursting down that brand at the start of the fight. I'm sure we're going to get a replay, but the thing to note is that Fish 1 is not a part of that fight at all. He's half health, no ultimate as this fight starts, and so it's already on the back foot. The Leona ultimate is going to land on the Lilia on the backline, which does delay a lot of the damage, but because you can't lock up Leave, it's very difficult to actually punish any of the mispositioning coming in from Ninjas in Pajamas. The moment the Swirl Seed ends up landing, the flash comes out. This fight is over for NiP. They end up walking it towards the end here. It's a great Shock Blast to at least pull something back from Haichao. Outside of that, it would have been a nightmare, but still a huge win for Ninjas in Pajamas, and it very much puts them right back into this game.
And you want to talk about support gameplay here. Niket, a huge unbreakable in that fight as well. You talk about Fish 1 not being able to do too much in that last fight. A lot of it is because the auto attacks, the Qs that were going out, getting blocked by that big Braum shield. I think a little bit of the brand damage also getting impacted by that. So LNG threw out a lot of their firepower, but not a lot of it ended up landing, and that is the power of the Braum here in this composition, as NiP doing a nice job to bounce back, evening up the gold, and of course still preventing that dragon from going down. It is still available though. Both junglers potentially have their eyes on that for the time being.
Yeah, important to note that Herald is also spawning in 40 seconds. We've seen a lot of teams prioritize Herald over these dragons in the LPL in particular. Haichao, though, getting pushed down quite a bit on the bot side. Their ult is burned here. Could potentially be in some danger with Braum. That's going to walk
just
out.
Gonna be able to get away. Yeah, and that might be just a signal for NiP to go for the dragon as well, given that Xiaofeng is on the top side and not a lot of map control down there for LNG. And so nicely done by them to stabilize things. It looked like K-Man for a little bit. Things could have had the potential of getting out of hand quick. Now, LNG want to make a response onto the top side. A teleport has come in from Haichao, but he's going to get immediately pathmakered in. Nicely done by Zika to cancel and at least tank up some of that turret. And he flashes forward to pick up a kill and actually only gets executed. So not any gold going into the hands of Solo Kill off of that play.
It's a really nice counter map movement there coming in from LNG, and really well played, as you pointed out, by Zika. They were able to pick up this top lane tier 1 as well, so definitely a good play for LNG to be able to retake the gold lead, but overall still an okay play for Ninjas in Pajamas, grabbing that first dragon. It is once again, for the second game in a row, going to be an Ocean Soul today, but Rift Herald has spawned, and it does look like it's being taken by LNG, so more objectives going over to the blue side.
Yeah, I mean, NiP despite losing, of course, their top laner, we're able to get the dragon and that bot tier 1, as you say. However, LNG going to respond by picking up this Rift Herald, so that gives them the feats of strength and gives themselves the opportunity to break open another turret if their heart desires. You get Fish One getting hit up here by that Glacial Fissure, gets rooted as well, but pops the Mom and forces Leave back just a little bit. The Ghost has been popped by OVO, just Spellbook 1 though, so no harm, no foul if nothing is found off of it. It's LNG just doing their best to stay alive at this point.
Yeah, that looked like it could be a bit dangerous. Nio was on a pretty deep flank there in terms of the minimap, so would have been a bit scary for that Smolder if there were no consequences, we'll just say, for the over position. But overall, it ends up being fine for both sides. I think really Leave is the player that I'm looking at in the late game here. You know, Doingby obviously farming up incredibly well, but Leave has generated a huge lead in the bot lane, and we already talked about NiP scaling so well. If you're just going to be able to play this front to back with this Senna being able to pump out damage, this has been one of Leave's scariest champions this year. In fact, it's the one that teams are the most scared of in terms of their ban rate. So a lot of pressure is going to be on him and on Doingby, and at least for now, that feels pretty good.
Yeah, and we talk about Smolder stacks, getting that 225. Leave is that 68 souls at this point on the Senna? Now, I'm sure Slayer, our resident AD carry player, would be able to provide a little bit of extra context here, but I'm pretty sure that is a very, very good number right now. And obviously, getting the early advantage in the bot lane has helped him out, but Leave really going to be a powerful threat a little bit earlier than maybe you expect here on a champion like this Senna. And that is something that we are going to have to continue to watch as, you know, we talk about LNG having some good scaling with the brand, and the Smolder definitely have some on NiP side as well, as OVO going very aggressive, not landing that Solar Flare onto Leave though, and he's going to pay for it with his life. As it's already a 1-for-0 in the hands of NiP. Pyroclasm comes out, only landing the passive onto Niket. And NiP still very healthy here in the mid lane.
Another overreach from LNG. OVO feeling like he found an angle, but his team is not in the area to be able to follow up, and so it ends up just being a 1-for-0. It's quite a few resources burned as well from LNG. Not going to be overly consequential. Dragon's still about 2 minutes away, just under 2 minutes away, so nothing really to punish on the map for Ninjas in Pajamas, but still a play that hopefully LNG can start cleaning up soon, because you can't keep making those.
Fish One in some trouble now. Cleanses away from the Lilting Lullaby. And gonna be able to flash away from the Dawning Shadow, and now Leave maybe stepping a little bit too far forward. OVO might have found that opportunity. Shield of Daybreak and to stun him up. The burn from the Leandries will not be enough as he heals up with the Piercing Light. And Nio here to finish off the rest of LNG, getting himself a double kill. Looking for OVO, but with the tower overheated, will not continue his path forward. But another 2 kills for NiP have put them right back into the lead.
I thought that was disastrous for both AD carries, and it very much comes out on top for NiP. Leave ends up surviving in that exchange, which is massive for Ninjas in Pajamas, and it turns into another really big play. The gold graph is going to be swinging, but it's NiP who were really controlling a lot of the direction that this game is going. We're going to get a replay here. Once again, it's Fish One too far forward without vision, without assistance. He has to burn almost everything just to make sure he stays alive. The flash coming in from Leave, it forces out the flash from Smolder. At this point, I think the Senna's toast, but again, really well played by Leave to kite out, really well played by Nio and Niket to come in to really force this play out as well, and then the flash kind of cleans everything up. At this point, the damage is absolutely there for the Lilia. This is the reason that this player, Nio, has not been given Lilia a lot over the course of this split, but once again, it's an avenue found by Ninjas in Pajamas because of a mistake from LNG.
Yeah, and that's not the best sign here for Fish One, already again being caught out of position. He is very far behind on the Smolder here in this game. Gonna have to really pick up the stacking if they want to keep this momentum going. As NiP slowly but surely crawling themselves into an advantageous position with this next dragon now spawned.
We will see Ocean Dragon up. This is a relatively important one to take because you can't really allow NiP to start stacking Ocean Dragons. It's even worse than last game for LNG to give over these mid-game objectives. Yeah, you really don't want to give that over. But solo kill once again, forcing the flash out of Zika on the top side with that ultimate. It's another win for NiP in those isolated matchups as LNG drops the Herald to try and gain some pressure.
Yeah, remember, Zika does have TP advantage as well, so we can head back to base and actually join his team. around this Dragon Pit for a fight if they so desire. Nicely done by them to generate some pressure in the mid lane. As Doinby's laser going to spot out a couple of members here. Please make sure that NiP on their toes a little bit here. As they have a control ward in the Dragon Pit. They will not be able to do much about it right now, though, as LNG still really controlling the waves well at this point.
Yeah, it's well played by NiP as Leaf, I say that, takes an absolute gigantic chunk of his HP with that Shock Blast coming in from the Jace. But at this point, you just have to make sure that you don't over-position. LNG are the ones who are kind of forced into a play here. See if they end up making it.
Again, Fish One going to farm up this wave. Try to maybe burst down this tower, but the rest of NiP is going to join. As both top laners have also made their way down towards the bottom side. So will be a 5v5 if things do eventually break out here for this Ocean Drake. As it will be LNG to start things off right now, but a lot of poke available for NiP to make sure that they are in a position, but instead, they will be backing away and allowing this objective, at least for now, to be started up by LNG Esports. Nio continuing to poke a little bit, but it still should be controlled by Xiaofeng and the rest of his squad, as that is a big objective now picked up for them. However, the fight in the mid lane going well right now for NiP as Doinby and Leave. You can see the power that these two champions currently have. Swirl Seed nearly connecting onto the Smolder. That could have been a real bad situation for him.
Yeah, that would have been certain demise for the Smolder if that had landed, so going to be very lucky to be able to dodge that one out. We saw Leave get completely chunked out by the Jace. Haichao really putting in a lot of work to keep this playable for LNG. The poke coming down from the Brand, from the Jace, even from the Smolder has been pretty massive for LNG, but NiP once again catching out OVO.
Yeah, but instead, going to just go forward, land that Solar Flare, not actually finding the stun onto Leave, only a slow. And so now the health bars on LNG not in good positions as Leave will continue to push forward here. Very powerful now on the Senna as he's eclipsed 100 stacks. Massive range now onto this champion as just chunking out OVO's health bar is enough for NiP to start up the Otacon.
This is huge for NiP. If they're able to grab this Otacon, it could be a huge nail in the coffin, but LNG are certainly not going to give it up without a fight.
OVO teleporting in with that spellbook. Time is running out here for LNG to try to contest the objective. It's not being burned down very quickly as NiP seems like they want the fight. They force a flash out of Fish One, and now they can turn their sights back to the objective, which is that 7,000 HP. OVO getting rooted up again by Leave, who's doing a really good job at controlling space and making sure that LNG have no path forward unless it is certainly to their doom. OVO uses the Zenith Blade, but it'll be met with an early grave as now Nio is getting chunked out a little bit. The Otacon's at 2,000 HP. Zhao Feng's not able to get into the pit. A beautiful all-out from Solo Kill keeps the Brand out. And that's NiP controlling this major objective. Swirl Seed now landing on a Fish One. They should be able to burn him down. But in comes Zika. Hops the Dominus Pop. It's going to be able to take down Niket, but will go down in a trade by Doinby. As LNG will not be able to find much after that. NiP controlling the bottom side of the map.
It's so tough for LNG to play it, especially when Ninjas in Pajamas position as well as they did at the start of that exchange. Leave going basically untouched throughout that entire fight on the Senna. That rapid fire cannon very much being used to its absolute fullest. The damage very much coming through now with 112 stacks on this Senna. It is a very, very scary proposition, but once again, the execution really is the difference. Watch Leave in this exchange. He's pumping in so much damage. He dodges the Zenith Blade coming in from the Leona, and at this point, no engage is there on the side of LNG. Yes, Nio is very low, but all it takes is Solo Kill, just pressing R here on the Brand to completely negate any sort of 50-50 that might happen. It's once again a huge play from the top laner of NiP, and at this point, they can really just chase them down. Zika wants to be able to pull something back onto Niket, but really, it's too little, too late in terms of the exchange. Otacon over to Ninjas in Pajamas, and the full lead in their favor.
And Leave untouched that entire time. I got word from Slayer, who, again, a frequent Senna player, saying, you know, generally, if you get 100 stacks by 25 minutes, that's a good thing. We're 25 minutes, Leave is 120 at this point. In a great position on, as you said, K-Man, one of his best champions. As time really ticking now for LNG. OVO going in again, but not able to find a primary engage, and now Niket going to be burned down just a little bit. As nicely done here by the poke here of LNG to keep this at least even for now. But in goes OVO again, but he will get taken out. Both supports end up dropping, though, as Zika is on a flank. Looking for Naya with the Dominus popped. Gets the empowered stun. The shock blast from Haichao going to burn down Naya as well. but now the follow-up damage from NiP can commence. The Dawning Shadow gonna keep their members alive. Zika looking for a kill, but Nayo will survive. And NiP make it 2-0, or 2-1.
Oh, it's so unfortunate, Grapes. Even the plays that they end up making and that look pretty okay end up not working out for them. This is the issue. You're looking at this draft for NiP and you're seeing your best players, the ones that can carry you across the finish line, on Lilia, on Victor, on Senna, and then you're looking at LNG. Who are the players that are playing well this game? The solo laners on Renekton and Jace. They just don't have the combat power at this stage of the game to be able to contest, and they are really paying the price for it, as OVO just continuing to get chunked out here.
Yeah, I feel like OVO, this is one of those games, as we were talking about, the debts maybe are justified at this point. He's finding nice plays, maybe a little bit too ham here, but you got to respect the initiative at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, you can certainly not say that he's not looking. Unfortunately, the Leona ult goes very wide in this exchange, which does end up being a bit of a problem. At this point, he kind of understands that his role in this fight is to die if they are going to turn it in any way, shape, or form. So he tries to go in on Doing B, but the flash comes out, and from that point onwards, there's no play to be made. Zika is on this very, very long flank. He finally does get involved in the fight, but by this point, there's really no damage left. Even with the full combo from Renekton and Jace landing, there's just not enough to be able to burst down the Lilia. Zika, not enough damage to be able to clean up that kill, and it ends up being very much in favor of NiP. But we keep talking about the execution. This NiP team is playing very well today.
Yeah, and a much closer game than we had the first time around, but that's just credit to how NiP are able to withstand some things that maybe did not go their way at the start and turning it into good situations for themselves still. The real question as we continue to move throughout this season, though, K-Man, this is the last regular season matchup in Group Nirvana for NiP. What they can do against tougher opponents as we continue to move along. As we're going to find another fight in the mid lane. Nayo going golden early, but look at Solo Kill finding a flank onto Fish One and forcing him to flash away. Now the Kastante going to go all out onto Zika, looking for a flash forward and taking down the brand. Will be burning down and taken down, though, in response. A 1-for-1 overall as NiP maybe pushing a little bit further than they would have liked, but still going to be happy with the jungler of the opposition down. That means that Baron can potentially be started up or at least have that vision cleared away.
Yeah, that is the important call out, is that it is a 1-for-1 with jungle and top lane, and so you can really set up around that major objective. But honestly, not a terrible fight for LNG, all things considered, especially at this point in the game. If you can take that 1-for-1, if you can start getting gold on some priority targets, that could be a huge positive. The biggest issue here is that Fish One is just so out of the game. He has to burn every cooldown he has just to survive, and if you're kind of relying on this Leona to be primary engage, well, she's going to get absolutely obliterated by Leave at this point in the game. There is no way for this Leona to be able to survive more than a couple of seconds after an engage coming down. As we can already see with Leave just poking down the Leona, it's really difficult for OVO to play this game out, and that means that NiP are still going to have full pressure over this Baron.
As they have wiped out vision and don't have to start things up, they can just force LNG to walk straight into them. Now, the thing is now for LNG, Fish One has hit that threshold for the execute. He's at 250 stacks right now on the Smolder. However, Leave is really in a powerful position right now and barely dodges away from that Zenith Blade. Will the executes end up mattering for LNG? Have they hit that breakpoint? Solar Flare not finding a stun, and that means there's really not many more opportunities for LNG to get into that pit.
Yeah, Solar Flare and Shock Blast both going wide onto Leave in that fight. That means it's very difficult for them to play. That being said, the Shock Blast is up again, and Leave going to take quite a bit of damage there. Luckily, he's Senna, so he's going to be able to heal through it. But at this point, OVO just has to walk up to a certain demise.
Can't be there, buddy, as he stepped the wrong way there. Doing B getting the kill, and now with a 4v5, NiP feeling a little bit more comfortable to start up this objective potentially, but instead going to turn their sights towards Haichao. The Arcane Storm coming down, Nayo landing the Lilting Lullaby onto the Jade's going to land to sleep, and with Zhao Feng in a bad position as well, should mean that both members will drop. The burn comes through from Nayo. It's a 3-0 on NiP's side as they'll turn their sights towards the Baron.
NiP Ninjas in Pajamas emerging as a true contender here at the end of Group Nirvana. They've looked as good as they have all year long in this series, and they continue to put the pressure on LNG. They recognize that Zika is on this massive flank with the Renekton, and they realize they can just take this fight 3v5 very easily, and they end up picking up quite a few kills. The Baron alongside it. We're going to get a replay here. OVO just having to face check because Baron could be in real danger here, and at this point with his health bar, it's non-existent. The teleport coming out, and like I said, Zika on this big flank with the TP, and NiP understand, all right, well, you've got 3 members and none of them are frontliners. We're just going to full engage onto this side to guarantee not only that we get these kills, but this Baron as well. Very well played by everyone involved. Xiaofeng certainly doesn't have the damage to break through here, so it's just NiP playing clinical, clean League of Legends and really showcasing their skill.
And again, this is the thing to think about as we potentially see NiP work towards closing out this second game. They've been able to take care of business here in Group Nirvana, right? 9-1. Their only loss is to EDG early in the season, and that's when they were still dealing with some of the new additions to their roster. But they came into Split 3 making changes to their organization's 5-man squad, getting rid of that original OMG core that they thought was going to be the solution, ended up not being, with Aki and PP God then off the board. They made moves not necessarily for this Nirvana phase just came in. They made moves to try and do better in the playoffs, where they have fallen flat over these past couple of seasons. And so that's going to be the real test for them. Not necessarily how they do in this group, although it has been great so far. How far can this take them? Because honestly, at this point, WE and FPX not playing super well. JDG, bit of a question mark too. NiP could be in a position to go on a pretty interesting playoff run.
NiP have made it very clear as an organization what their goal is, and it's Worlds. They don't care that they're in Group Nirvana. They feel like they can make this happen, as we see Doingby and Haichao just trading on the top side. Xiaofeng is making his way here. This could be scary for Doingby.
Haichao flashing in, trying to find something, but Doingby is just too strong. 5-0 and 7 now on the victor, as Haichao was trying to make something happen in the side lane. Did get all the way to the tier 3 turret and delays the Baron push, but it's going to cost him his life, and now NiP have a 4v5 to work across the map with for a potential soul point to retreat to.
Grapes, if there was, a play that really encapsulates this entire series, it's going to be being up 3k gold and just being able to burst down the Jace. Really not a good play there for Haichao, even with his jungler kind of on the roam, but it's Ninjas in Pajamas just controlling everything. They're going to be able to pick up this Soul Point Dragon, as you stated, and at this point, the gold lead has ballooned entirely out of control. There is really no way back into this for LNG unless you get some sort of miracle exchange. If this game can theoretically go 50-55 minutes, maybe Smolder can get back online, but at that point, you're really hoping for a miracle. So very difficult one to close out, and a really, really great game state for NiP.
And again, yeah, for Ninjas in Pajamas, having the composition that scales against a Smolder, not necessarily something that always happens, but they're really in a powerful position right now. When you have these compositions that don't necessarily have an easy primary engage, much easier to play, obviously, Cam, when you're ahead, when you don't have to force plays. They can play things out slowly at this point, work towards the major objectives that spawn for the next couple of minutes. As for LNG, though, they got to figure out how to make things work. It feels like Fish One is starting to get there. He just picks up his 3rd item, but it's just a rapid fire at this point. Not sure if he has enough juice even on this Smolder, despite the stacks being in a pretty good position right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's been able to catch up quite a bit over the past couple of minutes because LNG have just been losing everywhere else, but you can't protect against that.
He gets chunked down severely as OVO going to go in despite the rest of his team getting chunked out, immediately flashing away, but the Arcane Storm going to burn him down, and now the resets will start to come in. No Baron buff, but it might not even be needed now for Ninjas in Pajamas to try to close out this game. They're going to break open the base, take this top lane inhibitor, mid lane next to follow. As LNG in a 4v5 still have the brand, still have the Smolder, but will it be enough to save the game, to save potentially their season? Not sure if that is going to be the case. Second inhibitor will go down, and we'll see if the NiP continue the push.
Yeah, Shock Blaster coming in. Zika's already popped the Dominus, though. It's going to be very difficult to fight this out. Fish One already getting chunked.
Oh, nearly getting hit by that root. That could have really sealed the deal, as Zika doing his best to try to just clear the way, but it's going to cost him his Steric Shield. as he'll be forced to go back to the fountain. Now OVO has respawned and has his ulti available, so now it is a full 5v5. But NiP still not going to be super upset with that, as they're doing a lot with Leave's range to just burn down these Nexus turrets, as LNG feels suffocated in their own base at this point. As Ninjas in pajamas looking to put a bedtime story down onto LNG 2025 season. The burn damage comes through from Xiaofeng. It's not nearly enough. In they go for one potential final fight. Xiaofeng goes golden. He's forced to flash away. Solo kill. Lands the Antofo, strikes onto Fish One, and that should do it. It's a double kill already for Leave. Looking for Zika. He's forced to flash on out, but Leave will not let him. It's a triple kill. It's a quadra kill. Only Zika remains. Leave on his signature champion in the final game of the regular season for Ninjas in Pajamas. Gets himself a pentakill, and he'll send NiP up to 9-1 to wrap up the split.
Leave no doubt in their minds as to who the team to beat in Group Nirvana is. That was the mission today for Ninjas in Pajamas, and they passed it with flying colors. Leave getting a pentakill in his final game of the regular season. This team looking dominant in multiple different spots and positions. Everything you could want to see out of Ninjas in Pajamas is here in this series, and they have proven they are a true force to be reckoned with.
And what a good feeling to wrap up your regular season, K-Man, for a player like Lee, for a team like Ninjas in Pajamas, who have so much higher expectations than just finishing first in Group Nirvana. And with the way that they're playing right now, a 2-0 over EDG, the other favorite potentially in the group, and then having that performance against LNG, they got to be feeling very good about not just what the play-in stage can bring them against potentially a WE or an FPX, but even beyond. The international journey still on the line, still possible here for the Shenzhen natives. But, you know, overall, NiP looking like a real force in the LPL at this point.
It's actually astounding just how much this team has improved over the course of this year. I think they've gotten so much better, and I think they are really peaking at the right time right now, and you're absolutely right. They could be real threats in the playoffs.
And so for them, the journey in Group Nirvana concludes. Only way to go now is up, as LNG, their hopes of potentially finding a way out of this group really gets narrowed by this point, but they still have a couple more matches to go to wrap up their 2025 season. That's going to do it for us here on the caster desk. Let's send things back over to Slayer, Cubby, and Pocket Rhino for an analysis on that series.
Why, thank you, Pentamaster Caster Grapes over there. Awesome call. Awesome pentakill coming over there for Leave as well on one of his signature champions. We were definitely talking about that all call long watching through that game too. Rhino, I want to pick your brain immediately because, you know, as we dive into these post games, once they start rolling through, you really feel like the bottom lane composition and IP put together here is just one of those Exodia ones right now in the meta.
Yeah, I think not to be too biased in favor of OVO or LNG or anything, but it really truly looks to me like they were set up to fail, or somebody hates them on their coaching staff or something, because they picked into such a bad matchup. It's unbelievable to me. So they, first up, if nobody remembers or whatever, they NiP 1-2'd Senna, and one of Senna's best pairings is Braum. Maybe even the best pairing. An insanely valuable, great pairing is Senna Braum. And then what LNG responds with is 2-3 Brand Leona, which in isolation I think is fine. I think LNG's comp in isolation is totally fine. But the way that they picked it I think is horrifically bad, because that leaves NiP with the most insane godly Braum pick that they can get on R3. Even when it was happening, I was talking about the second that Brand and Leona got locked in, I was like screaming that they should pick Braum on 3. The whole time they picked it, and I thought the game was over pretty much immediately. It didn't help at all that they then went and followed it up with a bad support matchup, and then they followed that up with a bad AD matchup where people do pick Smolder into Senna for certain reasons, but you can't really pick Smolder into Senna with a bad support matchup, because Smolder will just get sort of run over in the early game, and that's what happened. They got they got pushed around in the early game so much by Senna Braum that they got dove level 3-4. They killed the Leona, and it was a 1-for-1, so on the surface level, it doesn't look too bad. But then the Smolder got zoned off of the whole bot wave right after that, and so got put down 15 CS to 33. And how can you win the game off of that? I think OVO is just so set up to fail by his team or somebody on his team
Yeah.
that it's crazy. I don't know.
Look, it was a tough game. Like, we're looking at Lilia versus Skillshot Reliant Champs. We're like, okay, this could be a really nice setup. And it was great to see Nayo. I know that we've talked a lot about supports with Rhino on the desk, but Nayo, this was a signature pick for him with LGD. I've been kind of curious where the Lilia's been, because I think that it's a champion that still warrants games where it can be picked. This was a great angle for it. And this comp that LNG tried to brute force, it didn't work. And outside of really, I would say, Haichao's Jace, there wasn't really a highlight or a standout this game. I thought that Haichao had a decent game, and outside of that, that was about it.
Where did the Cubby I know and love go?
You know what? It's the last game of the regular season. Haichao made it throughout the entire season with LNG, which means that they value
he's got
him
one more.
Well, okay. Well,
He's got one more.
Okay.
Well, he got them a dragon by shock blasting the Senna 2 times.
That's true. That's true.
And they got a dragon for it. So there was that.
Yeah.
That was one big highlight for them.
We'll say for LNG that it's not just one more; they have 2 more, and they face Thunder Talk and EDG. So as a team that is really trying to win a series to make it to play-in, that TT matchup's actually going to be really important to decide who is going to be that Group Nirvana representative in the play-in seed.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't help them that they also have to play EDG, who we talked
Exactly,
about. We already saw how they're locked into like play-ins, but again, they need to be continuously sweeping opponents to make sure that NiP.
This didn't build promise either, so it's they're gonna have to win some series. It's gonna be tough.
I'm gonna do something as the AD carry player here that Rhino's pretty accustomed to, which is the ADC wanting to take the spotlight of a game, because I do think Leave deserves a lot of flowers in this one. Obviously gets the pentakill. I want to shout it out. 41% damage share. He does 50k in this game. That is just absolute filth on this champion. Definitely has to be the player of the game by far, right, Rhino?
Yeah, Leave was certainly the main character all the way from back in lane at level 3, where they dominated lane enough to get that early lane advantage. There was a play around in mid lane where he just walked up like a psycho, and I thought he was completely griefing, and he ended up living and flash cleansing away from the team fight and getting, I mean, he probably got 10 plus souls off that fight alone, and it ended up as a winning fight. Because Senna, the really good Sennas will follow their jungler around for extra stacks, but they'll also play just on the edge of where they can play to really get as many souls as possible while also not dying. And it really is impressive that he didn't die at all, because to get the most stacks like that, you have to put yourself in pretty dangerous situations.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm glad you got to see it. Leave Senna is for sure a very good one here in the LPL. I know that Leave's in Group Nirvana with an IP, but his Senna definitely respected for good reason. Got to show it today, and glad you liked it as well, Rhino.
Yep.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
And you know what I was most excited that we got to show today, which is got to show what I hope to be future iterations. This was the first try of, the analyst desk, and most importantly getting Rhino out on here. And while LNG only gave him a case to maybe fight for OVO and more protections of his drafts and not too much of a series to break down, Rhino, it was a pleasure again to talk shop here nonetheless. You have any final thoughts before we send things to break and get ready for the Group Ascent series?
I think people shouldn't give OVO too much flack for this. I think, if anything, send a little bit more of it towards Fish One, or maybe the coaching staff even. Not to direct anybody at Fish One, but that draft is just crazy. It's so crazy to me. And
definition of a brute force for sure,
Yeah. I think maybe with a little more time, OVO can get some good games in where he doesn't have a million deaths, hopefully. And I had a great time on the broadcast, so
awesome.
I thought it was really fun to talk about these teams. So who knows? Hopefully I can come back sometime.
Who knows? Calling out the Super Troopers, the admin team. I'm sure they are listening, as we would love to have you back, Rhino, and get you breaking down more of these games. One final plug, Chippy. Throw it back up. LPL 10. I need you guys to be purchasing some Rhino coaching sessions, as we got to get a bit of his pro coaching corner. He will increase your LP gains exponentially, guaranteed. You can go to him about that. I'm guaranteeing it, but it's Rhino that cashes that check for me. Nonetheless, that will wrap up our analyst desk with myself, Cubby, and Rhino. Big shout out to prodiff, allowing Rhino to come on here. But we have Group Ascend to get to, and that means that the analyst desk will be bidding farewell, and you'll have Grapes and K-Man taking you through the rest of the night. So take care, guys, and enjoy the Group Ascend series coming up.
Out from the LPL English crew here to finally announce our giveaway of the Polaroids taken with players that we got to interview at MSI 2025. This opportunity was not possible without fans like you supporting the show, so we wanted to find a way to give back to you guys. The giveaway will take place between August 18th and August 30th, the start of the Grand Finals playoffs here at the LPL. You must be 18 years or older to participate, and this giveaway is available worldwide. We'll choose 7 winners, 6 of which will receive 2 Polaroids, and 1 lucky fan will receive the Faker Polaroid, all of them signed by the players themselves. This combination of Polaroids will be randomized, so you can receive any combination from players such as Bin, Owner, Kael, and Juntia. To enter the giveaway, please check out this link below or use the QR code to be able to enter this giveaway and get your chance at winning one of these MSI Polaroids. Make sure to follow our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter for any update or news around this giveaway. Again, the LPL English unofficial broadcast would not be possible without fans like you watching and supporting our shows day in and day out. From myself and the rest of the crew here, we want to thank you for the opportunity to be a home for everything LPL.
Thank you very much to all. Make sure to check out that giveaway as well. Those are some really cool, like, just items to possess. I kind of want the Faker Polaroid to hang up on my wall right here. We'll see if I win. Again, check us out on our Twitter at LPL English to make sure that you are able to get all the full details, just in case you didn't catch it in that last video. But with the desk now bidding farewell, it is just me, Grapes, and K-Man by my side to bring you guys a matchup between Anyone's Legends and Top Esports to wrap up our day here on LPL English. K-Man, it is the Split 1 champions up against the Split 2 champions for the last time this season, at least in the regular season. And I think it's fair to say this is our first place team in the standings versus maybe the first place team in terms of how they're looking right now on the Rift.
Yeah, I think it's very possible that this is a battle between the 2 best teams in the LPL, and I think that that's really, really fun to talk about. ALF finally started to find their form over the course of the summer split after taking quite a bit of time to get into action, and Top Esports, say what you will about their international performances, they always show up domestically in the regular season, and it's been no different in summer.
And when you take a look at the history or just how this 2025 season has gone, these are the 2 teams that have hoisted trophies. Remember, Anyone's Legend, not many people were expecting them to, be a true contender at the start of the year, but they start by winning Demacia Cup. They make it all the way to the finals, only taken down by a Top Esports who went on one of the crazier lower bracket runs that we've ever seen here in this league. And then, of course, Split 2, AL end up winning. Tarzan finally gets his domestic title, and they have a good run internationally. And if trend continues, could be one of these teams, K-Man, that comes out on top at the end of Split 3.
Yeah, really, these have been the 2 best teams in the LPL in terms of performances over the course of this year. They were the finals in Demacia Cup, they were the finals in Split 1. Obviously, Top Esports was the #1 seed, but, didn't have the best playoffs in Split 2. They really have been the 2 favorites, even with a team like Billy looking good. So it's always exciting to see these 2 go head-to-head, especially because of some of the matchups we're getting.
Yeah, and let's get right into some of those matchups as well. Start off with our defending champions, the champions of Split number 2, that being Anyone's Legend. Obviously, a little bit of a slower start for them coming back from international play, but it's the same 5 that have been with the team all year long. Honestly, at this point, K-Man, one of the rare rosters that have actually kept all 5 of their players throughout the entire season, and it feels like it really is starting to show once again. After that initial slump, they have been on an absolute tear these past 2 weeks.
They have finally seemingly figured out how they want to play their mid games, and I think it's really unlocked what this team wants to do. Tarzan is very much back in form, ends up getting the LPL Player of the Week last week, and I think that really is kind of the biggest turning point for Anyone's Legend. This is a team that, even more so than every other, top team in the LPL, relies on that jungle pressure to be one of the stronger teams in the league, and it very much is back right now in terms of Tarzan starting to play well again.
And I feel like, just in terms of results, split to split, Anyone's Legend, the most consistently performing LPL team that we've had all year long, making it to every single one of the finals so far that we've had in this season. But when they started off 3-4 in the first round robin, definitely some questions being raised as to, is this run finally over? Is this finally the inconsistency that we're going to be seeing from AL at potentially the worst time with a world spot on the line? But But it seems like they've tightened things up here, K-Man, winning 3 straight matches. We get some clips just to highlight some of the big things that they've done. It started off with, of course, this massive win against BLG that maybe wasn't supposed to go their way, but they followed it up nicely with very convincing victories over both IG and Weibo, teams that we consider to be in the top 5 of the league overall.
Yeah, I mean, the BLG series, you can take or leave in terms of whether or not you want to say that AL was fully back in this kind of performance. They are able to show up when it matters the most, which I guess is the really important part. But those series against IG and Weibo, they're not disputable. They were absolutely dominant in terms of what this team was able to showcase. And honestly, I think we learned a lot from AL in terms of what happened during their losing streak. I hate to make it so binary, but this is a team with really, really good players that really wants to make sure they have tempo in the early game. If Tarzan can get out to big starts, they're going to win. If you can shut down that early tempo coming out of the jungle position, we've already seen what it can look like at times with this team, maybe not having the same kind of pressure that they're used to. It very much feels like they're comfortable playing through those early games again, and we can see that in the clips.
Yeah, just being much more coordinated, I think, in general, right? It feels like when Tarzan's going forward and not everybody is really on the same page as him, you can result in him looking a little bit foolish at times, but at some point it really is everybody on the team that has to be able to contribute for moments like that. And so excited to see what this AL team looks like fully back in form. We mentioned this a couple of weeks ago, but the way the championship points are set up and also just the general state of the league, with there being a very clear top 4, it feels like at this point, with these 2 teams alongside IG and BLG, AL are going to have a very easy time at least getting into the regional finals of the league. It's just making sure that they're fully ramped up to at least qualify into Worlds and then seeing what this roster can do from there, because the ceiling is clearly high, as from what we saw from their results at the Midseason Invitational, where they nearly were able to take down both Gen.G and T1. But let's take a look at who AL are facing today, and that are your Split 1 champions, the team that took down Anyone's Legends both in the Split 1 finals, as well as earlier on in the season while AL were on their summer swoon. Top Esports making a change with their roster going into Split 3 with Hong joining the team. And overall, help the bot lane maybe look a little bit on the brighter side at times. Jackie Love came in, I feel like he's having a really good split.
Yeah, I think this bot lane has been heavily upgraded with Hong coming back in. I think a lot of people were very sour on him after his time on Weibo Gaming, but as we've seen with Weibo, it's pretty consistent that the support carousel just doesn't always go in favor of that organization. Hong kind of getting back into a situation where he can play 2v2s a bit better. This bot lane has been tremendously terrifying to go into, and it's really propelled Jackie Love into being right up there with everybody else for being one of the MVP favorites.
It's certainly an interesting conversation as we dive further and further in. Obviously, BLG had such a strong start that you want to throw somebody like Knight or even Shadow into the mix for how well and how hard he carried the team at the start. But with AL having right now just an incredible player in Tarzan, Top Esports with Jackie Love, these two seemingly, to me at least, are prime candidates for that MVP award. You can throw out your other players like the Shy or something like that, or a Gala for all the pentakills he's picked up. But I think right now these are 2 of the big favorites, and even on top of that, Kanavi, also just a very consistent player for TES overall, which has led them to being in this position where currently sitting at first place in the standings, the same place that they were at the end of the regular season of Split 2. But I feel like a lot of people were pretty down on TES after their underwhelming postseason performance, to say the least, and so it's good to see them bounce right back into a good spot.
I think it's more than good. I think it feels really, really solid to see Top Esports actually perform like we know they should. Let's not forget, like you pointed out, they were the #1 seed going into playoffs for a reason. Kanavi was the MVP of Split 2. He was the player voted on to be most valuable in the regular season. I know a lot of conversation is kind of surrounded where Top Esports is at, but talent is never a question when it comes to Top Esports. They can be anybody on any given day.
Yeah, and when it comes to the players that we have our eyes on here, K-Man, well, definitely the junglers, but it seems like each of them kind of have a different pair going alongside them, as well as we're really going to shine a spotlight on some of these important players to watch in this match, as they've certainly been styling out. As you see, Tarzan and Kyle really been, working together, and so is Tarzan. Kanavi and Jack. This is one of the most insane. Okay, I want to give a big shout out to our graphic producer Izzy for just like cooking with whatever this is, but superstars, I guess, right?
Yeah, I think that's a fair thing to say. Again, shout out Izzy, always cooking with these graphics has been fantastic all year long, but I think this highlights the point that we're trying to make, which is that really these junglers rely on another player on their team to help push the game forward. For Kanavi, it's Jackie Love. For Tarzan, it's Kyle in the support position, both really being able to step up over the course of this split. Up to you to determine whether or not this graphic perfectly encapsulates that, but certainly gets the idea across.
Yeah, it's going to be up to the two of them to, you know, take that walk down the red carpet, you know, specifically for AL side with Tarzan and Kyle. They're the ones really leading the charge in terms of figuring out what fights to take, initiating, and when they're on the same page together, when their outfits are fully aligned, that is when AL look their best. And same for Jackie Love. I feel like he is a player that can be on the more passive side at times, but when he's fully able to, you know, find those really aggressive plays, that's when TES certainly looks at their best. A lot of things to look forward to in a matchup that, you know, you could argue being the two best teams in the LPL, at least right now. AL currently on that big win streak. TES #1 in the standings overall. I'm sure IG would want a little bit of a say in things as well with how they've been playing as of late, but I think it is fair to say here, K-Man, the winner of this series is going to have the biggest momentum going towards the end of this regular season, as we only have a couple more matches left for both of them.
Absolutely. This could very well be a finals preview for these two teams, and so you really want to see them come out with a clear game plan. I think these teams have played each other so much over the course of this year. You know, I don't have the statistic in front of me, but I would bet to wager that there has not been two teams that have played each other more this year than Top Esports and AL, with just the amount of times they faced in the playoffs. And if you're going to get into these situations, you know your opponent super well, you know, Top Esports making a couple roster changes, you need to be able to kind of capitalize on where you identify your opponent's weaknesses. You know, it's going to be difficult to find them with teams as good as this, but if you can start to push forward even so slightly, it's really going to make a big difference here.
Yeah, lots to look forward to as, you know, we had our Nirvana series, to say the least. We're hoping for some really high-quality gameplay, though, here in this matchup from Shanghai between AL and Top Esports as we get ready for this game #1 draft. I mean, I'm curious to hear what you think, K-Man. I mean, you just had a video going out kind of recapping some of the big things happening in the LPL. You have AL at 6-4 as your best team in the league right now. I guess I want to hear your thoughts as to why you have that at being the case.
I will say a little bit of a caveat. The top of the LPL is all so contentious that I think you can put almost anyone there. But the reason I feel so confident in AL is because I think their game plan is so straightforward. As long as they are playing as a unit and playing as a group, they are incredibly difficult to beat, even against the top teams in the world, like Gen.G, like T1 that you already mentioned. The only time that this team has really struggled throughout a lot of this year has been when they seem off base in terms of the way they want to play their mid games, especially when players like Flandra or Kyle end up getting a little bit out in front of maybe what the play ends up creating. Tarzan had a stretch where he wasn't particularly good. If everything's locked in, the best version of AL, I think, is the best version of any LPL team. It's all just about how consistently you can bring that out.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like consistency has really been the name of the game for AL. Again, making it to the finals of Demacia Cup and Split 1 and 2. No other team obviously has done that. Top Esports the closest, but they, of course, fizzled out at the end of Split 2, which is part of the reason why you saw this guy that you just saw on your screen a couple of seconds ago in Hong joining the team. And again, I was one of those big doubters that I really didn't think that this is going to be the move, but somehow it has continued to work out here for TES. Almost a win-win, as I feel like Crisp has had some still good moments over back on his old team in Weibo as well. So, you know, we'll see if this continues here for TES. They took down AL in the first round robin. And so this is the chance for anyone's legend to get their bite back as we head into the draft of game #1.
Yeah, no major surprises in terms of the bans coming out. Banning Trundle against Kanavi makes a lot of sense. You have to ban Pantheon and Varus against anyone's legend. These two champions will run the game if given to Hope and to Tarzan. So you need to make sure you're in a good spot. Yunara just seems like the auto ban now, even on blue side, for a lot of these teams in the LPL, with her gaining a lot of priority. Really what I'm going to be looking at is exactly what jungler AL want to go for early in the draft. Maybe they end up B1ing it. If Talia's on the board, I would expect that to maybe be the B1 instead. But I think jungle is going to determine quite a lot for the identity of AL because of just how much we highlighted what Tarzan means to this team.
You see the Azir banned away from Shanks, one of his most signature picks as well. It's going to be a Rumble, potentially locked in. Very high priority pick still in the current state of the meta. we'll see what TES want to respond with. You know, 369 always comfortable going towards something like the Galio, but maybe wants to play something that has a little bit more steel expression here, and giving Top Esports the opportunity to pick something else that has a little bit more juice.
Yeah, they are going to lock in the Annie here. I imagine Annie Wukong makes a lot of sense. Kanavi, great at Wukong. Cream has played Annie a lot this split. It's not always looked good from him. There have been, you know, good games and bad games in their wins as well, where, you know, I think notoriously at the end of last week against BLG, winning that game 2 on Annie down, like, you know, 100 CS tonight or something of the sort. So certainly something to at least keep in mind, but it is a great setup lane for Top Esports, pretty easy to execute. For AL, they're just going for a lot of the power picks. They don't want to change up their strategy too much. These are the kinds of things that really worked for them at the beginning of the year. Things like Xin Zhao that have maybe not been quite as popular over the course of the summer split, still very much prioritized. And with Talia still up on the board, I honestly would be shocked if that's just not the insta-lock here.
Ooh, so a little bit of killing 2 birds with 1 stone here. With Shanks locking in the Galio, you prevent 369 from having even the opportunity to lock that one in, as well as giving yourself a very powerful mid-jungle 2v2. Big opportunities now for Tarzan to put some of those carry pants on, as we see TES scrolling through a couple of different champions. I feel like we talk about, you know, Jackie Love and Kanavi. 369 also been such a consistent performer on this Top Esports roster, specifically on some of these primary engagers. Gonna have a really good time doing that on the Ornn to wrap up our first phase.
Yeah, 369 has been really great over the past couple of weeks. I think it's almost going under the radar just how important he's been towards this team's success. In their wins, he has really stepped up and started to dominate some late games. So getting him on something like the Ornn that can combo well off of these gigantic ultimates that you're setting up for Top Esports really makes a lot of sense. You've got the Ornn Horn, you've got the Wukong Cyclone, you've got the Annie Tibbers being dropped. You have so many different ways to start fights. I expect a true carry on the bot side for Jackie Love, and this could be the perfect setup for a player that has really come through a lot already so far this year.
Head into the second ban phase. Bot lane is going to be the focus. Of course, still a lot of priority 80 carries available. You know, with the Yunara and the Varus taken off the board, maybe your options a little bit more limited, but Hope and Jackie Love definitely have the pools to go for either the aggressive things like we see in Jackie Love whip out a Kalista earlier on here in the season, or of course maybe something more on the passive end. Very curious to see what these supports do as well. Talk about Hong being this new addition to the team, but Kyle, maybe one of the top performing supports all year long here in the LPL.
I think it's more than fair to say in the LPL, I think Kyle has been one of the best performing supports in the world so far this year. He really has come into his own as a playmaker, and at times has been the best player on this team. And, you know, he's going to get the chance to prove that in this series, as it is going to be the Kaisa locked in for Jackie Love. You know, I talked about how much dive and how many ultimates this team had to combo off of. All you needed was follow-up. Boy, Kaisa's pretty good follow-up for a lot of that setup that you have available to you. This would make a lot of sense for Top Esports to kind of force something a bit more passive coming out of AL to try and contest that Kaisa. But overall, love the draft from Top Esports so far. I think it sets themselves up for a pretty decent execution.
We'll see what it gets rounded out by, but yeah, just so many options for the Killer Instinct to be followed up with for Jackie Love, with the setup so nicely set up, you know, created on the top side of the map for them already. Gonna be Rakan for Kyle. We'll see what Hope wants to play into the Kaisa specifically. Maybe something that can punish him a little bit more in the early stages of things with a Lucian. Lucian Rakan, not necessarily a bot lane that many people are super familiar with, and with that being said, gonna opt towards the Senna instead for Hope.
Yeah, this makes more sense to me. I was a little bit confused by the Lucian pick. I don't think that would quite work out here with the comp that they had constructed, I guess, kind of surrounding their core. But really, the only thing for Top Esports that's missing is a bit more, like, peel coming in for the Kaisa if things were to go wrong. The Alistar really fixes a lot of the problems with this comp. And honestly, I'm looking at a draft that I really like for Top Esports. I think AL is still in a good spot, and they scale really well into the late game, which I think is a very encouraging trait. And I think they are looking at some winning lanes. Galio should be very good into Annie, especially in terms of roaming, and the Rumble should be fine early on the top side. But if you can get this Kaisa going, I think the damage in the late game might be a little bit too much for AL to bear. So it's all really about how you play around that Xin Zhao.
Tarzan, of course, going to be the primary focus for his team in the early game, like he always is. When he does well, his team does well. And right now, Tarzan's been doing pretty well for these past couple of series. That's why he's been named the LPL Player of the Week for week number 5. Not a ton of side laning potential really for either of these teams, which means, of course, team fights will be the focus, which we always love to see. I think Tarzan and Shanks going to have a lot of high agency here in this mid-jungle 2v2 going up against the Annie Wukong. It's going to be a fun matchup here, Cayman. I'm really excited for this best of 3 series.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just excited to see these two teams go head-to-head. Both comps have a ton of engage tools. They have plenty of ways to scale into the late game. Neither one of these teams should be out by the first couple of minutes, at least hopefully. So I'm excited to see something that's going to be really fun here in game number 1, and hopefully both of these teams bring their A game.
Again, the Split 2 champions against the Split 1 champions. I mean, it doesn't really get much better than that, as AL, despite their early struggles coming back from MSI, really have come back into form and looked like one of the best teams that we have here in the LPL. They'll have a true chance to prove it against a team that took them down a couple of weeks ago. It's game number 1 of Anyone's Legends in Top Esports, starting right now.
Here we go. I missed the Gyos from the first series. Glad we got them here for a gigantic matchup between these two teams, as we already see some vision being placed down. The traditional blue side ward being placed by Tarzan here is he's going to spot some vision onto Kanavi, but overall, I wouldn't really watch out for either of these teams to do anything crazy in the early levels. I'm not sure either of them have the full capabilities to do that before their level 6s hit.
See the early lane setups right now. Going to be Tarzan pathing down towards the bottom side, at least for the moment. Let's take a look around the runes. Double spellbook, kind of the standard at this point. See some phase rush action for Shanks as well. Going to go into the melee versus range matchup. Keep himself as healthy and as safe as possible here in the early game. We saw a really good setup performance from Leave, giving us a nice base came in as to what to expect here for Hope this time around.
Yeah, and I think this is a pretty okay matchup for Senna. It's not going to be great the entirety of the game if they can get some dives off, but the range advantage is massive for this champion, and if you can really utilize that in lane, that can generate a pretty big lead for you. Jackie Love kind of needs to be careful of a lot of those aggressive plays that could be made by AL, especially if they want to bring the Xin Zhao down here. So, you know, we'll see what Hope can do. He's been a really big performer for AL throughout this series, certainly having a career year. Another game where he has the chance to show that off.
Yeah, I mean, remember, he was on JDG back in the day, made it all the way to international, but after that, you know, you get benched for Ruler. I feel like it's not necessarily like an indictment on you personally, it's just more like Ruler exists. But Hope has been waiting to get back to the international stage ever since then, and obviously made the most of it at MSI, going to try to do it again at Worlds. And having another test again against a new bot lane here in Jackie Love and Hong. So far, having at least a good start to this early game. We're going to be very safe as well with Tarzan pathing down bot.
Yep, makes a lot of sense. Tarzan can actually do quite a bit down on the bottom side of the map here, so definitely makes a lot of sense for him to at least show in the area. At least for now, though, it's just going to be, I was going to say, safe.
Flash for Hong, it cancels the grand entrance, and so it forces a heal popped here by Kyle. Should be alive, though. Nicely done, though, by the Top Esports support.
Yeah, very well played by Hong to cancel that knockup, as you said, coming in from Kyle. Hong has been so improved on Top Esports. He really has not only made Jackie Love better, but I think he's made the team as a whole better. So really excited to see this bot lane 2v2 really come together for Top Esports as Tarzan makes his way down here. Could be running into the ADC.
Spots him out, but now on a ward 2, so TES very aware of what's going on. Want to avoid a situation where they are dove in and put far behind to start things off, so instead just going to make sure they back away, make sure Tarzan can take that Scuttle Crab, as it'll be traded on opposite sides of the map. And it's relatively quiet here to start this game off. But yeah, I mean, when you talk about Hong, this is a guy that got benched twice last split on Weibo. And now he's coming over and immediately making an impact on the first place team in the LPL. I mean, sometimes a change of scenery is all you need. And that surely is the case for somebody like Hong. I mean, we knew he had it in him to be, you know, a good player. Obviously, has had good moments across the board, like in, you know, over these past couple of years, multiple international, you know, showings. But it is odd. It was odd to see him get picked up for this team, but I'm glad to have been proven wrong at this point.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Hong was a player that I was talking about on, multiple social media posts about being the most consistent support in the LPL before 2025. He really was in a sea of players that could have one great game, one terrible game. The one player I really counted on to just kind of be good game in and game out and to not really make a ton of mistakes. That was not the case for him on Weibo, but as we have learned pretty consistently with players like Crisp and On over the years, Weibo's support position might just inherently breed some of that inconsistency. So glad to see him in a position where he can really start to flex his muscles again.
That's a great point you bring up. Maybe it's not the player. Maybe it's just the organization. I mean, I don't want to be dunking on Weibo right now in the matchup between AL and TS. There's going to be plenty of time to talk about them and their chances as we go throughout the rest of this regular season, but it does really feel like at this point, K-Man, I mean, as we mentioned during the pre-show, like, these are two teams at the top, and everybody else, like, it's kind of separating themselves right now in the standings. And so this is a really good litmus test in this matchup between AL and TS to see, like, where exactly anyone's Legends is, and will this run in the second round robin be legitimate, or, can we fully put our trust back into Top Esports as a team that actually is going to be able to perform in the playoffs this time around?
I hesitantly say that the version of Top Esports that we see right now is very, very strong. And I think that if that version of Top Esports can show up in these best of fives, in these playoff series, then they're not just going to be a threat to make waves in the playoffs and do better than they did in Split 2. They're going to be a real threat to actually win the league. And obviously, they're going to get the chance to prove that today. But they were the #1 seed for a reason. We have to remember, even going back to Split 2 midway through, AL's big roadblock was Top Esports at the beginning of the year. It felt like the team that they just could not overcome. And so, the stories have kind of flipped at this point in terms of the form of these two teams, but you certainly can't count TES out at their best.
Question, will they be at their best? I mean, so far, pretty good start for them in this game, although there is a big overload on the bottom side of the map right now for anyone's Legend. They're sending a teleport in from Hong to make sure that 369 is able to farm up this juicy wave, although will maybe cost them one of these jungle camps down here as Kyle has gone forward with the grand entrance onto Kanavi. They will not have a lot of follow-up damage just yet. Now Hong and 369 have arrived. Kyle going way too far forward, and that's enough to secure first blood here for TES. Call the Forge God has come out as well. It finds a knock-up in onto Tarzan, but he's going forward when becomes lightning. Popping the Crescent Guard and separating all of TES, forcing Cream to down below 100 HP. But Cream will survive and Tarzan will not, as Hope gets headbutted straight into the enemy jungle and Shanks is forced away. AL going way too far forward into the Top Esports jungle and is going to cost them a whole lot. 3 kills for nothing for your Split 1 champions.
That is massive for Top Esports. AL clearly trying to force a fight around their level 6s that they've hit with that Galio ultimate coming in, but the problem is that the level 6s for Top Esports are just better. The Wukong, the Annie, the Ornn end up coming down for TES and they completely turn the fight. If we're talking about a team comp that already scales really well, getting 2 kills on Ornn and 1 more on Wukong, certainly scary. Tarzan just going very deep here. Kyle feeling like he can capitalize on Kanavi, but the rest of the team is in the area. Cream is here to be able to counter this aggression with Hong kind of on a flank here to trap Tarzan inside with 369. This is just not a play that you can make even with the Galio ultimate coming in. And again, it's just overestimating the amount of damage that you have down here. You can't really make this mistake. Even with some well-played, I guess, ultimates used here from Tarzan, it just doesn't matter. They don't have the damage, and Top Esports clean up. Not only do they win the fight, they're going to burn resources, a teleport here from, obviously, Kyle, and then they're going to get the grubs as well, as we can see on the small screen.
I mean, that's a very bad sequence here for anyone's Legends, to say the least. Losing all 3 kills, giving away those grubs as well. Making sure that 369 is going to become pretty unkillable as we go throughout this game. 2-0-1 now on the Ornn. Now, Flandre was able to get a wave and stay up on the top side for long enough, but that is not enough of a consolation. And you saw there the 2 players being the leaders, the ones in the fancy outfits, the ones leading the charge for AL in Tarzan and Kyle came in. They went maybe probably a little bit too far. And at least they were together on the play, but that's something that AL are going to have to work on if they want to make sure they avoid mistakes like that in the future.
this has absolutely been their problem over the course of the split, is the fact that they're just not quite all connected right now. It feels like the plays that they're going for just aren't super consistent, and we highlighted, if Tarzan is not making really positive plays for this team and pushing them forward, well, all of a sudden 2025 AL starts to look a lot closer to 2024 AL in terms of how the team ends up playing. So you need Tarzan to correctly identify when he can make those exchanges, and unfortunately here, it was not correctly identified, and it's gotten Top Esports a pretty big lead.
Yeah, over 1,000 at this point. Now, of course, we have a Senna on the other side, and so the scaling will always be there for AL. But Top Esports, again, you mentioned it, like the damage that they're going to be able to put out as we get later into this game as well could be a bit of a concern as we progress throughout this game. And we'll see if they're going to be able to take these 3 kills and put it to good use at this point. They're in a very good position right now. We have the next dragon spawning in a little bit over a minute's time, as TS would love to even up that dragon count at 1 apiece. See some more trading down on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, that's the important thing for AL. If you can still start to get these dragons, your comp does scale very well going into the late game if you can get this Senna online. The problem is it's very difficult to imagine a world where they just outscale Top Esports. I think crucially for TES, the 2 kills actually went on to Ornn. If you can get this Ornn, enhanced on the top side, if you can get him enabled, it would be a problem. Hope a target, but is just going to flash out.
I got hope the opportunity to pick up a couple more stacks, of course, at the cost of his flash. Cannot be down here as well. We'll see how aggressively TS want to take this. It looks like Very is the answer with the Unbreakable Will available for Hong, but a nice grand entrance from Kyle will knock up the Alistar, make sure that he's not able to continue to go forward, and also take down that wave in a pretty quick time span. But now he steps too far forward again, able to battle dance right back to safety. That could have been real dangerous real quick.
Yeah, that's the good part of Rakan, is you can pretty freely check any brush as long as you're not CC chained into Oblivion, but I don't expect this flash from Hope being burned is going to stay unpunished for long. I imagine that there will continuously be some pressure down onto that Senna throughout the next couple minutes. The dragon has spawned, as you called out earlier. It is that Hex Dragon, so no Hex Soul this game for either team, and with Rift Herald being so far away, over 3 minutes away, that dragon is definitely going to be the priority as we see both teams pathing to that side.
Teleport coming in as well to make sure that Shanks is there early on in the fight. As we get that same TP matched by Cream, as Top Esports going to be the one to start up the objective, but look at Tarzan. He's in base right now, so there really is no opportunity to go for any sort of contest. And that means that anyone's Legend's going to have to turn their sights elsewhere, that being potentially a couple of plates in the mid lane, so potentially a bit of mismanagement on the reset timers there, allow for Top Esports to even up this dragon count very easily, and now potentially look for a play onto the bottom lane for Shanks. On the top side, we also see 369 clearing out this wave. The dive is going to come through onto this Galio. We'll see how much reinforcement really is there. The knockup comes through. Dawning Shadow going to keep Shanks alive for a little bit, but he's just not able to move. He finally flashes out, and Hong's not going to be able to take up enough with that Unbreakable Will. So now the target will become Jackie Love. The win becomes Lightning Connects. Nice quickness from Kyle, and AL find a beautiful response mid.
It's a much smarter dive from AL, much easier to dive a Kaisa when you have damage coming in from Senna and from Xin Zhao than it is to dive a Galio when you've really only got Annie and Wukong trying to burst him down. Just definitely a difficult play to make work for Top Esports, and that's them forcing their hand a little bit too much. The lead that they had generated from a gold perspective, not necessarily there anymore. So those are the kinds of things you can't really afford to get away with if you want to be a team that continues to pressure the top of the standings. But they are still going to get this tower down on the bot side, which is obviously a lot of gold back into their pockets. Really the only thing they have to worry about right now is the Senna.
Also the full Feast of Strength going over to TES with that first tower take, as Kyle and Flandre getting a little bit low down there. So the cost of that kill mid, not the dive onto Shanks, but at least getting that first tower going to be impactful, as Hong and Jackie Love going really ham onto Hope. He pops the barrier, but it will not be enough. Nicely played by TES's bottom side, making full advantage of their all-in combo.
What a ridiculous angle for Jackie Love and Hong to see a kill there onto Hope. That completely changes the complexion of the game. Really, really well played, and that's why this bot lane duo is being talked about by us and by a lot of other people as being heavily improved. And now it's Cream who's also making a play.
And Flandre is just dead. One more Incinerate's going to do the job. It's now 5-1 in favor of TES, but AL want to try to make an answer here as Tarzan is blast coned over the wall. Looking to try to take down Cream. He's nicely stunned up, though. And there's no flash available from Tarzan, so Tibbers is going to be enough to slow him down, and AL do not find an answer.
It's a huge win, again, for Top Esports around the map. It's created by Hong with a fantastic engage in the mid lane that Jackie Lev follows up on, and then Cream just staying active. Flandra playing way too aggressive on the bottom side of the map and getting caught out for it. Top Esports, again, continuing to just be a little bit more proactive in terms of how the game is going, and it's getting them a pretty big lead.
TES, I mean, this is, so far, looking like the first place team in the league with how they have played out this early game. And yeah, you know, it's some mistakes from anyone's legend, but also really nice opportunities found, you know, by a player like Hong on the Alistar right now, one of the newest players added to this TES roster. We talk about AL being a team that has kept all 5 of their players for the entirety of this season. TES making this change, and so far having a positive impact in the regular season at the very least. Should result in them picking up this Rift Herald as well. Unless Tarzan wants to jump in here. Hong has a nice flank angle though. And so looks like TES is going to be in a good position to fight this one out.
Yeah, they are going to sacrifice pressure on the Herald here, but they definitely are in a great spot to continue this fight. Flandra is pretty separated. This Galio ultimate is going to be massive. It depends on who it ends up going down on, but the engage has to be perfect for Mayel.
That Tibbers for Cream just coming off of cooldown. Perhaps waiting for that moment to strike. As the Herald is down to 3,000 HP. Hong starting things off with the headbutt pull onto Kyle, but he's immediately knocked up in response. Herald is secured by anyone's legends, but look at the fight on the backside of things. It's already Tarzan going down. Flandra as well, 2 for nothing here for TES, and they could be looking for more. Health bars in the bottom lane are low. Shanks is about half HP. But that's all that TES is going to need to consider themselves successful on the exchange.
Yeah, they got Herald, but at what cost as Hong continues to play really aggressive? They're going to look for this tier 1 in the mid lane. I don't think they're going to be able to pick it up here, but again, it's just a complete separation for AL. Tarzan full committing to the Herald. He is going to be able to secure it, but it means that the fight is unwinnable because he's completely separated from the rest of his team. And so it is a bit of a trade there that I think is in favor of Top Esports. And once again, it's the proactivity of Hong and Kanavi that ends up really paying dividends for Top Esports as we see a bit of a replay here. Hong going to full engage onto Kyle to start out this fight. Once the Tibbers is dropped, this Rakan has to be a lot more careful. And at this point, like I said, Tarzan's completely separated from the rest of his team. He's easily picked off by Jackie Love, and this is essentially a 3v4 at this point. Yeah, he didn't even get the eye. You're right. So he doesn't even get the Herald in this exchange either. That makes it even worse for anyone's legend. A greedy play that ends up not being rewarded.
And we talked about how ready Top Esports was to fight. They willingly gave up their positioning around the Herald because they knew they could just come right back in as soon as the ultimate was available for Cream. Damn, did that work, and then some, as the gold lead has opened up to almost 4,000. Might get to that point now, as Shanks definitely in some trouble, has to use that face rush to get on out of there. But Top Esports looking very good here in this game number 1. Looking to put an end to the 6-game win streak that anyone's legend have opened up for themselves over these past couple of series.
They are certainly in a good spot to do so, and I think one of the unsung heroes as to why is 369 on the top side here on this Ornn. 3-0 and 2K gold up. I mean, you're looking at Galio and Senna on the other side. Might be pretty difficult to break through this gigantic tank on the top side of the map. Top Esports, even with their gold lead, it's even bigger than that because the moment those ornaments start coming in, it's going to be even more of a problem for AL. They're kind of on a timer when it comes to this game, and they're already losing pressure.
I mean, you take a look as well. Remember how far ahead Leave was in terms of these Senna stacks? Only 47 for Hope right now, not nearly in the same position, and you can see it in the impact that he has in these fights. Already Kyle taking down the equalizer for Flandra, though, doing a lot. The Ornn Horn has been sounded and knocks up 3. Overall, still a 1 for nothing, but now 369 going to be targeted. He has to flash away. Anyone's legends, they feel like this could be their angle with Kanavi and Hong very low, but they will not be able to find any other members. So it's just TES picking up both the mid lane tier 1 and another kill.
One of the greediest fights you'll see there from Top Esports, and they still can't get punished for it. They get the tower, they get the kill, and they get out. They lose nothing for that play. Just goes to show the goal difference right now between these two teams. And honestly, the player I want to keep shouting out is Hong in the support position. This Alistar has been massive throughout this game in terms of the engages. We're going to get a replay here, but once again, it's Hong just immediately looking to set things up. It's Cream, actually, who starts the fight with the Tibbers on top of Kyle. And at this point, it's Hong, it's Kanavi tanking up tower shots, and somehow, with the flash coming out from Kanavi, Hong being tanky enough, both of them are capable of escaping. 369 never really in danger because, again, of just how far ahead this Ornn is. But if you can't punish Top Esports there, not sure exactly where you're going to punish them.
Golden out 5K. I mean, it's very difficult for AL to continue to play this one out. It's composition that the damage is there if they're ahead, but now that Seta is not in a good position, Flandre is in a decent enough spot, but he's actually 2,000 gold down now to the likes of 369's Ornn. It seems like right now, the front line at least of TES, unkillable, might be even more unkillable with now another Mountain Dragon spawning in 3 minutes, and Soul being potentially a target for them in this game. I mean, this is very clean League of Legends being played right now by your split #1 champions.
This is why you get excited about Top Esports, because they have games like this against the defending champs in anyone's legend. They can just go out and be better than them. They can have better macro and better hands and better everything as they set up now around Otacon. Of course, they still have to be able to close it out, and you know, there are still questions about Top Esports in that regard, but this comp is perfectly set up for them to be able to play this late game. As long as they're able to play front to back, this is still going to be very scary. Jackie Love is in a great spot to deal a ton of damage in the back half here.
Yeah, I mean, 2-1-1 now with this 2 items. Basically 2 items completed across the board on the important carries for TES. Not in that position on AL's side, and that's a good sign here for top. They go for the Otacon. Right now, Flandre's still on the top side of the map. He's going to teleport here soon, or else the objective will just go down. Cream doing a great job boxing out Tarzan. Throws down the Tibbers to make it nigh impossible for Tarzan to get into the pit, but he somehow does anyway. And anyone's legend steal away the Otacon, and we'll find a massive fight. The taunt will land here by Shanks. A kill already secured onto Kanavi, and AL making something out of nothing, picking up 2 kills for themselves already, but 369 with a big knockup. But it will not matter at all. Another kill picked up here for Kyle, as AL will make a miracle happen.
Oh, Graves, miracle is the perfect term because that looked impossible. There is no way that that just happened again to Top Esports. AL continuing to come up clutch in the biggest of moments. Tarzan gets completely chunked up for his entire health bar and yet still makes it in to steal away the Otacon. That's not just an Otacon. That's not just a fight win. It's gold on some priority targets, and all of a sudden, that big lead Top Esports had generated, while it's still a little bit there, is mostly entirely evaporated, as we are going to see this in the replay. Tarzan chunked out entirely before this fight. Flandre super late on the teleport. The Ornhorn comes out, but it can't lock up Tarzan. He ends up flashing over the wall to avoid the Ornn ult and just gets the smite off on the 50-50 to be able to pick it up. At this point, with the Otacon buff, Top Esports are so low, and Kanavi's really not able to play the fight at all. Him and Hong, while they've been so good as engagers when they have to play on the defensive, it's not going to be nearly as efficient in terms of how this comp operates, and they have plenty of damage to finally break through 369 here. The game has gone from being close to unwinnable for AL to being in a decently even spot, all things considered.
And as soon as we were just starting to crown this moment for TES, AL, they say not so quickly, as they, like they have been doubted for a good portion of the season, now still putting themselves in a position to contest this game. Remember, they were down almost 10,000 gold to BLG in that Game 3 just last week, and they were still able to win that one. We'll see if that continues to be the case, and their comebacks still remain true. They will lose this second Mountain Dragon, though. Look at the cost of mid-prio. Looks like AL still looking for a fight. Hope chunked down to half HP. The Call of Force God will land on top of him. Equalizer still doing a lot as Flandre is now overheated. And the Dawning Shadow will take down Kanavi. Hope claiming a kill. Kyle with a 2-man knockup, and Hong finds the knockup in response. Searing Charge will land on a Hope. And in comes Jackie Love with the Killer Instinct, but he's going to get knocked out by Tarzan, who's still alive. Flandre cooking him in the river. And it's another one team fight for anyone's legend.
Grapes, we are seeing the comeback that we never thought we would get Shanks chasing down Cream here. I don't believe he's going to be able to catch up to him, but somehow, some way, AL have a gold lead at 24 minutes here. It's a fight that once again looks very good for Top Esports, but Kanavi gets chunked out right at the start. It feels like maybe they can turn it with Jackie Love damage, but they're able to focus enough on the Kaisa to pick up the fight win. Again, we're going to get a replay of how this starts. I like this positioning from TES. Kanavi full engages on top of Hope and Kyle, but really all it comes down to is Kyle's beautiful peel to keep Kanavi off of his AD carry. Doesn't even get hit with the second proc of the Cyclone, and once Kanavi is down, they have no more engage. Tarzan's actually in a pretty decent position to zone out a lot of the damage dealers for a lot of this fight, and even when Jackie Love ends up going in, here is the Xin Zhao and the Galio to completely shut down what Kaisa can do. The taunt comes in, the fight is over, and AL are in full control of this game.
And a massive fight from Flandre as well, I will say. The Equalizer, to start things off, he went through 2 cycles of overheating in that singular team fight. He initially had that extra auto attack power, you know, and then he fully cycled through his heat again, which is a little bit harder than even in the past. Now that, you know, there's 150 heat on Rumble, and you can see an LPL gold graph starting to form. Pop that emoji in the chat right now if you are able to do so. This is a pretty standard game, I guess, at this point. Business as usual for anyone's legend.
Yeah, somehow, some way, this is their comfort zone in terms of just how it's going so far. I don't even think they feel all that uncomfortable with how the game is rocking, but it's not over by any stretch. All AL has done is get themselves back into the game. Top Esports are still in a pretty decent position. I still think they scale very, very well, and Ornn is still in a very strong spot to start using those ornaments to level the rest of Top Esports up. This Baron has spawned on the top side of the map, with Dragon not being an objective just yet for that soul for Top Esports. Top side of the map is likely going to be where the pressure is.
Now, one area that AL is still lagging behind a little bit in is Hope on the Senna. Now, let's be clear, he's had some very well-played team fights, but the soul stacking not quite there just yet. 83 at the 25-minute mark. Again, according to Slayer, our resident AD carry player here on the LPL stream, alongside Mizel. You're looking for 100 by 25 minutes. That's not necessarily the case for him right now. As 369 going for an aggressive play on the Flandre, matched up by Jackie Love, beautifully executed as they take down the Rumble early on. It's going to be matched by a teleport from Shanks, but not enough follow-up with a TP coming in from Cream as well. But a numbers advantage now exists in the mid lane here for anyone's legend. They're going to try to use it to take down Kanavi. Kaya with a beautiful knockup. Kanavi using that second proc in the Cyclone, healing up a little bit with the Thunder Sky. But Tarzan will take him down, making it a 1-for-1 across the map.
It's a 1-for-1, but it's jungle down for Top Esports, and Baron is on the map. They could very easily try and pressure this. It looks like they are going to. Tarzan is going to hit the Baron at the very least. Looks like they are going to start this up. No jungle, no smite available for Top Esports.
I don't know how much damage they have with just the Senna helping Tarzan out at this point. Jackie Love just went back to base and picked up a Terminus. He's going to be very powerful in an extended 4v4 team fight, which is exactly what Top Esports are looking for. Shanks has been separated, but now it's Tarzan dashing forward on the 369. Gets knocked up by the Searing Charge. Going to be in a lot of trouble before he pops a Crescent Guard. And Jackie Love still very much untouched on his Kaista, but Flandre comes in with the teleport to try to rip apart Top Esports, but they've already taken down 2 members. And AL bit off a little bit more than they could chew around the Baron, and it's going to cost them Tarzan's life with Kanavi coming right back from base.
Did the script just get flipped? I'm pretty sure now I see one jungler dead on the side of AL, and Top Esports is now the one pressuring Baron, and honestly, they're in a position to be able to take this, all 5 members up. It's a big, big mistake from AL. The overstay ends up costing them so much, the lives of 2 of their members, and the Baron going over to Top Esports. Dragon is spawning in 20 seconds. That's Mountain Soul for TES.
Not so quickly, Top Esports says, as they claim the Baron. Agree with you, K-Man. No chance for AL to finish this Baron, and Jackie Love doing a lot of damage in this team fight.
Yeah, I mean, he's completely untouched for a majority of this. Even if his damage is being blocked by Tarzan, he just can't get enough damage off to actually make it worthwhile. Kyle goes in to try to knock up Jackie Love, but he dies before he can get any of the CC off. It's just a bad setup from AL, and they're punished for it.
Now Dragon's available still. This would be a Mountain Soul for Top Esports, for 369 and Hong on the beefy boy duo in the front line. So anyone's legend want to make sure that does not happen. But Top Esports going to be the ones to get inner workings onto the Dragon Pit. You see the wave position, not great for your defending champions right now, but they're going to have to go for a play soon. Cream has Flash, has his Tippers available. Look for him to be the go button for Top Esports unless AL have something to say about it.
Yeah, Cream is in a great spot here. The Ornhorn can also be channeled. It's going to be massive to see exactly who that lands on. These close quarters fights favor both teams. It's all about execution here.
Call the Forge God comes out, finds a knockup onto Hope, already at half HP, but the hero's entrance comes out. Kyle's
dead.
instantly deleted. That's the first kill, and Kanavi goes to the back line with a Cyclone, not able to take down Hope though. Hope's still alive until Jackie Love comes forward. He has himself a quadra kill.
It's a quadra kill for Jackie Love, and they don't care about this soul. They don't care about this dragon. They want the Nexus with the Baron buff that they acquired, a game that was living on the knife's edge throughout all 30 minutes of its lifespan is snuffed out in one fell swoop as Top Esports push into the base with their advantage and take game number 1.
We thought AL was going to mount another miraculous comeback, but TES throw the Uno reverse card right back at him. Only Kyle remains, and he might be fodder for more KDA padding. Not going to be the case, though. They care just about the Nexus, and Top Esports will go up 1-0 on the series.
You know, Grapes, it's the result we thought we were going to get at 15 minutes, just maybe a bit of a roller coaster on how we ended up getting there. What a crazy game number 1. Both teams showing both the best and worst parts of themselves in terms of their execution, but Top Esports with just enough damage and just enough CC to be able to make it theirs at the end of the game.
The objective setups for Anyone's Legend have typically been something that we've praised them for. Obviously, have worked out for them to be able to, win that fight, to allow them to even start up the Baron, to allow for this the game to seemingly be turned around a little bit. But Top Esports were able to really punish a really greedy start of that Baron Nashor by AL, and it snowballed into that dragon fight, resulted in Jackie Love just really becoming unlocked. I mean, we talk about the pressure that Lee was able to have on that Senna in game number 2 of our last series. Hope did not have any of that on this pick and really was taken advantage of by another signature performance by Jackie Love on his Kai'Sa.
I think the massive difference between that last series and this one with this Senna is just the composition that they're going into. This is a much more difficult game for Senna to play out. The range advantage was, absolutely massive for Senna previously, and that's kind of the big, positive of the champ is just how easy it is to play these team fights. When you have so many dive tools and so many CC tools on the side of Top Esports, it's really easy for them to be able to counter the positioning that comes out from Hope, and unfortunately just wasn't able to have that same kind of impact, and Jackie Love really comes up clutch with a quadra kill at the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, had a great fight beforehand as well around the Baron, so if I had to give an MVP, might go towards him, although Hong had a great game on the Alistar as well. You have to give him credit for that. Really setting up Jackie Love throughout the early game, even though it was Jackie that did a lot in those final deciding moments.
Yeah, I think Hong is definitely somebody that I'm looking towards. You can't count 369 out either. I think he had a tremendous game on the Ornn. The Call of the Forge God at the end there in that final team fight was massive. It ended up landing on 3, and it really ended up kind of turning the fight. We looked for the Tibbers to be the engage, but it was 369 who was kind of the primary, engage for a lot of this team and was the one to kind of generate their lead. So I think there's plenty of great options for player of the game, and isn't that what we want? We want all of Top Esports to look good.
Yeah, because when they're working as 5, I mean, we talk about Anyone's Legend when Tarzan is working and everything, how they look like just like such a well-rounded team. I feel like you can say the same for Top Esports, especially with how Hong has been playing as of late. Remember, Kanavi, Split 1 MVP. Tarzan's been playing great recently, but it was Kanavi that was seemingly the best jungler in the league for a large portion of the season. And when you look at TES, they really underperformed at first stand on the international stage. Clearly, it means a lot for them to want to come back there and prove that it was just a fluke and that they can really give some pride and give some glory back to the LPL once again. And if they keep up the way that they've been playing, obviously, sans a couple of those little throws around some objectives and taking some bad fights. That's what still needs to be cleaned up. But overall, I mean, it's been a great season so far for TES, and you got to just hope that they're able to keep it up.
Yeah, I mean, that's it, right? Like, again, the reason we talked about AL being so dangerous is because we said at their best, they're the best team in the LPL. That might not even be true. The best version of Top Esports might be the best team in the LPL. They're going to get the chance to prove that even more here today, but they're first in the standings for a reason. This team just continues the role that they've been on.
It's been really fun to see. As on Anyone's Legend side, though, again, this is their... They were on a bit of a heater. They won 6 straight maps after that first game loss to BLG. Obviously, a very tough opponent that they're up against in Top Esports, but it felt like a lot of the disadvantages that they were facing were on the self-inflicted end of things, and that's something that's going to have to continue to be cleaned up, both in the series, but also as they close out the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, you have to clean up those decision-making mistakes because it wasn't just one, it was multiple. They ended up, really being able to bounce back, but let's not forget why they got into a gigantic deficit in the first place. They're fighting around blue buff with Kyle and Tarzan, diving super far in and just giving 3 free kills to Top Esports at the start of the game. Of course, people are going to remember the bad Baron take, but it wasn't one bad play for AL, it was multiple, and they were able to capitalize and still be able to pull the game back because of their execution and because of that steal on the Otacon. But when so many things have to go right for you in a game for you to even be in it, perhaps there's a lot you need to kind of clean up and fix, and I think that's what I want to see out of AL in Game 2. I'm not counting them out of this series by any stretch, but definitely some things that I think need to be adjusted for them.
Take a look at some of those highlights there. Again, want to shout out Flandre for just the amount of work he was able to do in some of these team fights as well, despite being put relatively far behind at the start of the game, just based off of certain circumstances. The team fights for TES overall, when they found really good setups, were good. I mean, we talked about in the draft how many different options Jackie Love had to use the Killer Instinct to get in. It felt like that was on full display, especially towards some of the back half of this game.
Yeah, I mean, there were times where it felt difficult for the Kai'Sa to play, but for the most part, I think the frontliners for Top Esports were so consistent at being able to set things up. And unfortunately for BLG, as I stated before, their setups were very not clean in this game. They were not consistent in terms of the way that they wanted to make these fights happen. Even this big fight win, which was a win for AL, this is a fight that I think, 5 times out of 10 could go the way of Top Esports if some things just go a little bit differently. So, it's all really just about making sure that those setups continue to be consistent. But again, the frontliners, the engagers from Top Esports, that's who really made the difference here today. And Jackie Love really reaped the rewards, but really, I mean, he played well in that same vein. It's everybody that deserves a big, a round of applause, especially for the way that they played the 5v5s.
Yeah, I mean, they overall had a couple of mistakes around the Otacon. I mean, sometimes Tarzan's just able to, turn into that next gear, I guess, seemingly, and steal that one away. But again, this was a really awkward moment for AL. Seemingly thought that they could take down the Dragon just by taking down Kanavi, or the Baron, but just did not end up being the case. And again, really nice go buttons here for Hong. I mean, he's found that initial engage onto Kyle. Sometimes it's not the backline carries that you have to initially take down. He found a lot of really nice headbutt pulls onto Kyle and, onto players like Flandre and Tarzan. And that just stopped the initial engage and actually helped Top Esports a lot. Yeah,
Kyle couldn't play this game in the back half. It was really tough for this Rakan to find any sort of engage angles, and you're absolutely right. Hong was really the big deterrent. I'm not going to say that, it was a bit of a support gap, but it kind of was a bit of a support gap in game number 1 in favor of Top Esports. Hong has been a huge upgrade for this team in terms of their consistency, and I think he's showcasing that, the doubt's got to be removed at this point. He was really excellent, and he is driving this team forward.
So you'll wait to see who does get that MVP. Again, we mentioned a lot of names that could be on the table, but that quadra kill for Jackie Love at the end was just beautiful. Would love to see him get some love, as he's really had himself a tremendous split. At least somebody from the bot lane of TES, I would guess.
Yeah, he's racking up those player of the game nods. I think he's first in the league right now in terms of those. I believe he's tied with Monkey. I could be correct or incorrect on that front, but Monkey, of course, having 8 Game 1 MVPs, and that's just the way things go with WE, but we'll see who ends up winning it here. It's going to be
Nice.
Hong.
Shout out Hong. Again, a new player to this roster. This is his 3rd MVP of the split. Didn't get a lot of those over on Weibo, but it still ends up working out well here for him on TES. A lot of critical engages helped Top Esports find this game number 1 win over anyone's Legends. AL have not won a game against TES so far this split, K-Man. And we'll see if that ends up continuing. And if it doesn't, they got to find some momentum real quick, as they're quickly behind in this series.
Yeah, like I said before, I think people tend to forget because of the way that Split 2 ended. Top Esports was the AL kryptonite at the beginning of the year. It really did feel like they kind of just had their number. They beat them in the group phase, and then obviously they go on to beat them in the finals of Split number 1. So really, really excited to see that Top Esports is back. If AL can't bounce back, if they end up losing game 2, going down here, I think a lot of those questions are going to reemerge, and very sneakily, this team will be sitting at 6-5 if they lose this series. Top 4 is certainly not locked for them by any stretch.
And again, just making sure that they're fully locked in for the regional finals and making sure they're at their peak for that. or just the later half of the playoffs is obviously going to be the main priority, but you'd love to get a little bit of that extra advantage. Avoid having to have your full season just completely unraveled by a random best of 5 that comes through. Just trying to mitigate as much of that variance as possible, always going to be important for AL. So we'll see if that ends up happening for them. They, of course, want to try to get back on the right foot in this series against Top Esports. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll draft for game number 2 here on LPL English. Welcome back, everybody, to our continuing coverage here on LPL English. Getting ready for game number 2 of Anyone's Legend up against Top Esports. Looked like Top Esports were going to win that game for a while. Then AL seemed like they were bringing it back. And then TES brought it home. Just your standard LPL game, obviously. Grapes and K-Man here for this best of 3 series. And K-Man with Top Esports looking very, very good at 9-2. You have to start to wonder, are they now going to be the full consensus best team in the league over the defending champions in AL, despite how strongly they've looked over the past couple of weeks?
I certainly think if over the span of 3 days you beat AL and Billy, yeah, you're the best team in the league at that point. That's the way that it goes. Top Esports are on the brink of being considered the favorites once again in the LPL, and I think that game really showed why, you know, barring a crazy Otacon steal from Anyone's Legend that got them back into the game, that really was almost entirely controlled by Top Esports. They were the better team in terms of their setups and their execution, and they ended up coming out on top for it, and obviously their best looks really good. They just need to be able to keep it up.
Third game in 4 days here for TES. Of course, they lost to Invictus Gaming a couple of days ago, but that team really has been on fire as well. Really interesting situation has to open up now for both of these teams. This seems to be really like the last big test for both TES and AL. Both of them play WE and FPX to round out the season. AL also has a game against JDG. Many consider them to be the weaker teams in Group Ascend. So for both of these squads, a win here certainly will help boost your confidence before rounding out your regular season and getting yourself prepared for the upcoming playoffs.
Yep, you need to be able to pick up a win here to kind of prove yourself going into those playoffs, and at least for now, bans are going to stay basically the same. In fact, I think exactly the same from game number 1 on blue side here for AL. And then Top Esports, of course, still banning out the Pantheon and the Varus. You can't give those over to Hope and to Tarzan. If the Azir is this final ban, it will be the same as game number 1, which it will be. So identical bans there. Talia still on the board, was not picked or banned in game 1. So we'll see if that wants to be a priority. But actually, it's going to be Sion for Flandra, probably his best champion this year.
Yeah, I mean, whenever he's on this pick, AL seem to do pretty well. I mean, you have some pretty viral moments throughout the season on this champion specifically, although it is a pick that can get punished relatively well in the early stages, and so that could be what TES decide to go for instead. Going for the Corki for Jackie Love, could go to Cream as well, but you're expecting something that could just do a lot of damage in the bot lane here for Top Esports' long-standing franchise player.
Definitely makes more sense to go to Jackie Love. However, it is worth noting that Cream was one of the better Corki players last year when, you know, that champion was really running rampant in the mid lane. So technically it is still a flex, as you noted, but definitely would expect this to go bot lane. And I think it is just a consistent piece. They want to try to get something aggressive as the answer to the Sion as well on the top side, and it will be 369's Aatrox. He's had some phenomenal games on this champion throughout his career. We'll see if this can be another one. This will be his 4th Aatrox of the split, and all of the games have looked relatively okay from him. Again, some good and some bad performances, but definitely needs to take the aggression to this Sion early to not allow Flandra to be as safe as maybe he would want to be going into the late game.
Yeah, I mean, this is always a great matchup here for the Aatrox. Just get yourself a free lane and then really start to scale into the late game team fights. Speaking of team fights, we get Orianna locked in for Shanks, one of his better champions throughout the season. Of course, with that Azir already taken away. Wonder if we see something like a Jarvan, a Nocturne. A lot of options available here for Tarzan, who, again, needs to be really solid in finding his engages, finding his right moments. The Vi is going to certainly help do that.
Yeah, Vi gives Tarzan a lot of tempo to be able to play around the map. Obviously, you know, depending on what the answer is on the side of Top Esports, but a lot of the aggressive junglers that you'd want to answer Vi with, they're not available right now. Pantheon is, of course, still banned out. Trundle is banned out, and you had the Xin Zhao taken off the board in game number 1. So not as many answers to that Vi as maybe you would like coming into this game number 2, but it does give, you know, AL at least some opportunity to play through the mid game, which they couldn't really do at all in the previous game, looking for that scaling. But the Rel is going to be the lock-in here as a pairing for the Corki. This will give Top Esports the chance to ban out a lot of those bot lane matchups they don't want to see, which I think is huge. And Hong got player of the game in game 1 for a reason. I think giving him another playmaker that can engage is a good deal.
And the Rel is certainly a champion he has experience with on Weibo this season, and as you say, now can target some bot lane picks, you know, things like the Poppy, support for Kael, a Braum potentially on the table to be banned away as well. On AL side though, as you mentioned, continue to pinch Kanavi's pool. probably would be a pretty good sign of things in terms of your expectations, but it looks like actually showing some love to Cream as well. Aurora typically does decent into that Orianna, especially in the early game, so not surprised to see that one taken away.
Yeah, I think it's possible that we just see a mage into mage matchup here. If they want to ban out things like Victor, I think that would also make sense to take off the board for Cream. Outside of that, I don't know, Cream could go to his assassins, you know, Ahri, Akali. These are the kinds of things that would kind of be the next on the board in terms of trying to play around the Vi and trying to actually, you know, pressure up. But that would mean a pretty specific jungle pick. I imagine there's still a lot of options available, but it will just be the Talia banned out here. Somehow, some way that champion has made it through pick and ban all the way to second rotation here in game 2, but will not be the option, as one of the champions that you at the very least talked about earlier is Hubbard here. We'll see what ends up being the lock, but they do need some playmaking. They need some setup here. The Rel can't do it all on her own.
Most likely a mid-jungle selection here for TES, unless, of course, we see that flex of the Corki into the mid lane. Although with the Jarvan lock-in, that would certainly make it much less likely. Akali going to be a spicy lock-in here to try to counter this Orianna specifically, but an immediate answer by anyone's legend, going for the Kalista Renata bottom side into the Corki Rel.
This was a bot lane AL had a ton of success with in Split 2 in terms of the regular season. Obviously, the opinion of Kalista has changed quite a bit over the last couple of months, but this champ can still be very effective in terms of taking the game to a champion like Corki. Akali, I think, is a great matchup into Orianna, and Cream is obviously known as a bit of an assassin player. Let's not forget he was called Zeka Light for a very long time when he was on OMG, and so he'll get the chance to flex that, but it's the jungle pick now that's going to get locked in for top esports, and it's Jarvan that will round out the comp. So that setup that we were looking for, I think both of these comps are intriguing. I think top esports really want to utilize the copious amounts of engage that they've drafted for themselves to be able to get leads in the early game, but if you could just stall the game out a little bit for AL, you know, Kalista's going to be able to likely generate a lead on her own. Orianna's going to be a problem in the late game. Sion's going to be a problem in the late game. You know, I'm a little bit concerned about whether or not top esports can really blast through, but, you know, I think this is still a skill execution type of draft.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the Jarvan still get locked in after the Kalista was selected by Hope, but it seems like the target is just going to be Shanks over and over again in these team fights. It's going to be up to AL to try to make sure that their mid laner stays alive in this one. The damage profiles on both sides are interesting. I think Jackie definitely has the biggest 1v9 potential in terms of just taking over a team fight on this Corki, but definitely going to be at risk in the initial 2v2. Kalista Renata, very powerful in that laning phase, a big reason why it does end up getting selected. As for anyone's legend, they do overall have a lot of good team fighting tools. The question is, will they have the DPS to finish off top esports before, of course, they come online and before Cream on his Akali starts to become a big problem?
Yeah, I think that's really the question, right? Is that, do you have the ability to take advantage of the weak mid-game that Top Esports has drafted for themselves? You don't really have a lot of tools to be able to play around these mid-game power spikes. If this Sion can get a lead on the top side, which I think is maybe not impossible, but certainly unlikely, like Sion could completely negate everything that Top Esports wants to do in this series. So you need to be able to see Flandra step up and, you know, really start to generate that lead. And for TES, you need to keep the pressure on as early as you can get it.
Top Esports looking to put away a sweep, a season sweep of anyone's legend in split number 3. Would be a very big confidence boost for them, as well as just pretty much securing themselves a spot, at least in that top 4, with that 10th regular season win. Don't quote me on that, because I haven't done all the math, but it feel like with, of course, the opponents that are left for them, it certainly would be a possibility. I should say, they already have locked themselves a spot in the playoffs, so that is definitely a good sign for them so far.
Yeah, this is a team that already knows they're going to be top 4. Really, at this point, it's can you be top 1? And I think they are trying to prove that right now the answer to that question is yes. They can be not only the number 1 team in the standings, but the number 1 team in terms of expectations going into the playoffs. Beating up on anyone's legend would certainly do that, especially with a draft that I think has this much expression with the way that they play.
And that's for AL. Of course, they have not locked in their top 4 spot, as you have suggested and you know, continue to remind everybody, as they've taken some losses specifically towards the early part of the season. Of course, they have had better results as of late, but a loss here to Top Esports, especially if it's a 2-0, would certainly not be the most pleasant situation for them. Obviously, they have some get-rights ahead of them in JDGWE and FPX, but of course, if you're the defending champions, you want to prove that you're able to take games at least, if not series, against the top contenders in the league.
Yeah, the question shouldn't be, can AL, survive until their Get Right series? If that's the conversation you're having around anyone's Legend, the defending champions, then something has gone wrong. Every game should be a Get Right for AL. They should be favorites in everything that they play. And so the fact that they do have their backs up against the wall here, we've seen this team be able to come back from bad circumstances before. They're resilient. They have players that have been doubted and have overcome a lot of those doubts, but they need to show it here today, because dropping 2-0 to Top Esports would be a bit of a disaster for them in terms of not just the standings, but the mental with where this team is at going into playoffs.
It does look like we have a bit of a brief pause going into the game. Otherwise, definitely been hearing those Jayos already, which we love to see, of course, here on the show. Hey, just in general, for this team, just a matchup of two really high-quality teams. Gonna make sure everything is nice and prepared before we load in. We don't have anybody at any unfair advantage one way or the other.
Yeah, you definitely need to make sure everything is right, because this is the game that could determine so much of the rest of your narrative. So you really need to make sure everything's good, but still quite a lot to talk about. Again, I think the Scion is really important, but that really puts a lot of pressure on someone like 369 on this Aatrox. We talk about how this is a good lane matchup for Aatrox, where he can play relatively safe in the early game, get his own lead, and scale into the late game. Well, 369 has all the tools he needs this game to kind of take over in terms of the positioning. There's a lot of setup on the side of Top Esports and AL, as well, on the other side of that as well. So it's really just about if you can get yourself into that spot, and especially with how important Scion is, can this Aatrox really be the antidote on the other side?
Yeah, I mean, that is always the question. It feels like there's always different answers into the Scion, but it's been such a powerful champion over the last couple of patches. I mean, hey, it even got a buff here on 25-16, right? Which I'm happy with as somebody who does play the champion a lot, like when I'm playing League of Legends on my own. But in terms of competitive play, always very, very strong. He's able to withstand a lot of the pressure that even some of the best laners can put at him a lot of the time, especially now that lane swaps have become more popular as well. You can get him out of a bad 1v1 situation, and Flandre has certainly been able to take advantage of that throughout the season. I mean, you still remember back to that moment around the Nexus where he was just soaking up damage, like 1v5ing the entire enemy team and not going down. Definitely one of the better or one of the more fun parts of the year that we've had so far, which, okay, man, the season is quickly winding down. Only a month or two until we're fully wrapped up here on the LPL side of things. And then, of course, we got to send our 4 representatives over to Worlds.
It's crazy how fast it goes here in the LPL, just how rapid fire the final split is, but does look like these two teams who are prepping for that World Championship are getting a chance to finally get into game, and I'm really excited to see exactly where these two teams and these two ideologies end up taking us in Game 2.
And of course, Worlds this year taking place in China, so just added motivation for these teams specifically to get to represent their league in their home country. And of course, these are two teams that we feel are primed to do just that if they can continue their level of play. But right now, it's Top Esports, who are looking like the best team in the league, like their first place record suggests. They took game number 1 of this series against the defending champions of anyone's Legend. And we'll see if AL's second half streak will come to an end here, or if a decider will be forced. We're on to the Rift for game number 2.
As we are on to the Rift for Game 2. Once again, it's AL with the traditional ward start here. Tarzan trying to get as much vision as he can of Kanavi, who once again will just spot it out. Is actually going to get some deeper vision this time than he typically is allowed, getting a ward in the bush. Not going to matter too much, but is going to at the very least be able to track. Going to be a bit of a trade on the bottom side of the map, but OpenKyle just hoping to get that big 2v2 lead down on the bottom side.
What this Kalista Renata lane is designed to do, as we might see a little bit of early skirmishing to start things off. Hong not on the dismounted rail, so we'll be able to do a lot of work here on the crash down onto multiple members potentially here. So we're getting Flandre leashing Tarzan to start things off. We don't see this every day.
Yeah, typically you don't really see a top laner wanting to sacrifice too much on the initial top side here, but Hope immediately gonna have to burn things.
Yeah, barrier already popped. Nicely done by Hong. I mean, interestingly, AL knew that that was happening and still ended up getting punished for it. That's a nice play by Hong, and looks like they're going to continue to go in once again. Flash
Oh
going to
my
be
goodness.
nicely procced there by Hope, and is going to come at the cost of Jackie Love's life as they go forward and pick up first blood. Crash down lands once again on the Hope. One more auto from Hong will make it a trade, and so just the ADCs going down, but it's anyone's legend that end up cracking first.
Oh, it's a fiesta already, Grapes, in terms of how things are breaking down. Flash and Barrier used for Jackie Love. Flash and Barrier used for Hope. Obviously, both sums used for Kyle, who will get them back with Summoner's Spellbook. Heal utilized for Hong as well. Flash, you know, the #1 Flash as well there, too. We're still seeing some supportal combat go on. A fiesta really kicking off on the bottom side of the map. It ends up being kills on supports at the very least, and so it's not entirely game-breaking, but Kanavi taking a lot of damage pathing through the mid lane.
What did he do? Did he take a wolf camp? How is he at 8? How is he at 8? How's he at 2 camps if only... Am I crazy? Did he steal something? He must have stolen something.
Yeah, he must have. We didn't get a chance to check because of just how insane that 2v2 was, but again, at 8 CS and level 2, you know, as his Raptors and Krugs are still up. Certainly something going on there. We'll have to, you know, maybe check that out after the game, but at least for now, still an okay spot, I would say, for everyone involved. Somehow, some way, I think we walk out of that relatively neutral, but it is a nice kill for the Kalista, who's going to continue to have a ton of pressure. Level 2s are being hit, though, and 369 struggling on the top side.
Just trying to get this wave crashed in before he can call this a full success. Is taking a look at how this one did unfold. It looked like initially a great play here from Hong, but Hope doing a nice job to turn it around, especially by buffering the flash that he was expecting to come out from the Rel.
Yeah, I mean, they opted in to this fight. They knew exactly what they were getting into, but once the flash is committed by Rel and there's not enough damage coming in from the Corki, it's a free kill going over to the side of the Renata. And we're not even done here as Top Esports is getting dove.
Oh, nice handshake. Lands on a Jackula from Kyle. He's going to get bailed out and keep himself alive until that final tower shot hits. Another one comes through as that tower just does too much damn damage at this point in the game. 2 for 1 off of the dive from Top Esports' side. As AL get punished for a little bit of an over-aggressive play.
So much is going on right now, Graves. There is so much to talk about on the bottom side of the map. It's a very greedy dive from AL that's difficult to pull off. I get that they feel they have the bailout to be able to keep things safe, but you can't really take more than 1 or 2 tower shots at this level and continue to be fine as Kanavi continues to completely take away camps from Tarzan. He's in a really good spot in this jungle matchup as Kyle makes his way to the top side, but we're going to get a replay of how this is set up. It's just a greedy dive in terms of what they're trying to set up. The handshake is perfect onto Jackie Love right into Tarzan, but again, it's just too much damage coming down. It's a kill over on Kyle, and it's another kill that ends up going over. One more for Hong, who's got 2 kills at this point in the game. Yes, you're able to trade a kill onto Jackie Love, but overall, I think that is a gold swing in favor of Top Esports, and it takes the lead for AL and kind of gets rid of it.
I mean, a really nice job from Hong once again on the Rel, helping Top Esports come alive here. And if you want to play like Hong, top tier support, well, you can get some coaching over at prodiff, the sponsor here of LPL English. Use that code LPL10 to save 10% on prodiff. I've been trying to get this read in for so long, but the action still does not stop as Shank's getting targeted by Hong once again. Hey, we had Rhino on the show a little bit earlier. He is also a prodiff coach. They offer coaches across the LTA, the ERLs, even the NACL. So if you want to get some help with that, LPL 10 will save you 10%. You could look like some of these pros that are playing on the Rift.
Yeah, I think you are definitely trying to look like Hong in this game because he is really showcasing why he got player of the game in Game 1, why he's been considered an upgrade here for Top Esports, and prodiff definitely, you know, will get you there. But Dragon is the priority here.
Ooh, field goal.
Not in the area.
There for Flandre, not finding a stop onslaught out of anybody. It's going to cost him a whole lot. Cream going forward with the perfect execution and taking down the Scion. Dragon secured by him as well. TES finding a big play into the Dragon Pit as Cream gets himself a double kill. And that's now the Akali unlocked in this game as well.
Another huge win for Top Esports. Yes, they have to trade out Kanavi, but that is perfectly fine. You get a double kill on this Akali, who is a huge win condition for this composition, and you get the Dragon. Everything kind of going TES's way. Once again, it's early execution that ends up making the difference. That's where TES ends up really separating themselves from AL.
Anyone's legend still kind of faltering at this point. A lot of game left to be played, but this is a big fight won by TES, and starts here by Flandre not finding anything with his initial engage, and Tarzan was forced out of the pit very, very early in this one.
Yeah, it's really difficult for basically anybody on AL to play this the moment Flandre goes in and doesn't hit a single person with the knockup. At this point, it really just comes down to whether or not you can get that damage in. Unfortunately, the smite comes down early because of the lack of layering, but I can't even talk. Hope.
Another snap engaged by Hong. Really nicely played. He's having himself a great series so far. Forcing another flash out of Hope. Probably getting him back to base as well. That's going to give TS a beautiful timer to play on these grubs that spawn in 30.
Hong is an absolute menace right now in this series. He has completely gapped all of AL in terms of these early game plays. If he's going to be able to keep this up, Top Esports are immediately going to be in a great spot. But we will see if he's going to be able to do so. He's got some teammates that are starting to get online. Grubs are spawning in 10 seconds. That's the next massive objective to try and fight over. And Jackie Love has hit level 6 for this fight. It's going to be very playable for TES.
Ooh, both supports saw each other through the sweepers, and that meant Kyle knew he had to get on out of there. As Hong hex flashed over the wall, get a little bit extra space. Grubs have been started up, should be easily secured with Tarzan very separated from the rest of his team and the rest of the pit. It looks like now with that first one taken down, they do want to go for a play. Tarzan going forward and missing that initial Q, and it's going to cost him a whole lot. He gets bailed out, but it's not going to get taken another kill in time. Cataclysm lands on a 2. Cream dashing forward with that perfect execution, looking for another one on to Hope or Kyle, but now it's the kite back on out. Already a 1-0, and TES can continue to try to take it down these grubs. They've already gotten a second, looking for that final one. But they're going to have to back out for now. Tarzan flag and drags out of there. Sorry, I should say Kanavi, as Shanks will make it at least one back, but another big win for TES.
I don't think more things could have gone wrong for AL in that fight. Almost every single major ability they threw out ended up completely whiffing its intended target, and Top Esports more than happy to be able to capitalize on the mistakes. It's once again Cream who ends up really benefiting, but we're gonna get a replay here. Tarzan ends up going in with the Q. Kyle has the handshake, but just pushes him out of the way of Hong. We end up getting the Orianna ball thrown in as the Renata ultimate hits no one, I believe, or I think it does hit Jackie Love, but really it's not particularly effective, and the shockwave as well, not really landing on a priority target, and now Shanks is in danger.
He already flashed. He's certainly gonna go down there. As things falling apart quickly for our defending champions against Top Esports, who have seemingly become the Panda's kryptonite here in Split 3.
It is just falling apart for AL. Everywhere around the map, Top Esports are just winning. TES are just better. It's actually insane to watch this team perform so well, and for AL to just constantly be in these bad positions. But you want to give credit where credit is due. The flash came in from Shanks, but unfortunately with Hong in the area, it's not really able to be salvaged. So it's a 1.7k gold lead for Top Esports once again at 10 minutes here, and you know, we'll have to see if they can hold on to it a little bit better than they did in game number 1.
Yeah, because obviously they held on to a big lead in game 1, and it was quickly tossed back into AL side. Obviously, Top Esports won another fight after that to make it, you know, a 1-0 series lead, as you see at the top of your screen right now. But the way AL are built compositionally speaking, definitely opportunities for them to come back here in this game, specifically through their top side. Flandre having a good time so far in this laning phase. He's going to have to be a big part of what AL do with the remainder of this game with the help of Tarzan, who looks to be setting up for a play on Kanavi, but he misses the Vault Breaker, and now with the flash away, a big cooldown utilized by the AL jungler, but now they're going to try to go for Kanavi, who has flash on his own. Cease and desist comes out, but 369 has popped the ward. Nice shockwave coming through from Shanks. Will pick up another kill finally into the hands of anyone's legend. Cream uses his ultimate defensively. They're going to use the blast cone to escape, and AL only getting one off of the play.
It's a really nice find for AL. They at least were able to get one. That's a situation where I am a bit concerned with, you know, Cream having the only completed item, but Hope might be the target on the other side. He's going to play defensively enough to be able to get out of the circumstance. Now 369 could be in danger. The action never stops.
Flashes away from that Vault Breaker, gets hit by the Decimating Smash, but there's no follow-up here for Tarzan, so that'll be all up on the top side. Down bottom, though, some supportal combat around this control ward, which is what you love to see. Handshake landing on the Hong. Might have gone a little bit too far forward, but will be able to survive through the Ignite. As we get another dive on the top side, we're fighting on both sides of the Rift right now in this game, too. AL win up top, and nobody dies down bot.
It's another kill for AL. They will have to sacrifice the Dragon to do so, which is definitely a loss. That will be second Drake for Top Esports. If they can continue to stack these up, a lot of that late game concern that you have is basically completely negated regardless of what the soul is, especially with Corki and Akali having gold. But AL have very much gotten themselves back into this game. They've targeted the members they know that they can get onto, like Kanavi and 369 in these lanes, and the gold that Top Esports had generated as a big lead basically neutralized here. There are still a lot of positives, a 1k gold lead in the mid lane for Cream, but the game a lot more playable now than it was 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, Jackie Love and Cream gonna be problems here in this game, absolutely. But AL's top side of the map has gotten themselves back to a relatively even game state in terms of gold. The major objectives, of course, still very much on TES's side, having the Grub lead and those first 2 dragons. There's another Mountain Dragon across the Rift as well. We talk about how AL's team could be a little bit lower damage in these team fights. If they lose the soul to TES, that'll make things even harder.
Yeah, you cannot give that over. If you are AL, it would basically be your losing condition in this game. Not that things are super easy for you, but we highlighted it. I highlighted it in draft. This Scion is the biggest piece of this AL comp in terms of just the way that everything breaks down. If you have that Scion online, if you can really separate him, it's going to be a lot easier for AL to play out this late game, and that's exactly what has ended up happening here is Jackie Love continues to try and pressure out Shanks, but Tarzan once again might be the target in his own jungle.
Yeah, Hog, Blast Cone's over, and it's going to be smited away by Tarzan. Now the fight could potentially begin as Shank steps too far forward. Going to try to get followed up here
Shockwave
by the Vibe, but there's just not enough damage just yet. Going to be a nice hostile takeover coming through from Kyle to buy some time. In comes Hope. Going to at least pick 1 kill up, and the bailout will come through. But the numbers are just on TES's side. 369 will end the world of anyone's legends under their mid-tier 1 and pick up 4 kills for TES.
Absolutely massive for Top Esports. A very, very close exchange there that I'm happy to go over in a replay perhaps, because Jackie Love with the pixel perfect flash to get out of the Renata ultimate, they lose that fight if he ends up, getting hit by the hostile takeover. So, really great stuff from Jackie Love to get out of that, but a great setup once again from TES. It's Hong who creates everything for this team. He's been on fire today and once again expresses his skill on this route.
And Tarzan was able to successfully get this blue, but this is Shanks just severely out of position.
Yeah, he wants to grab this blue buff in terms of his jungler being able to pick it up, but has to basically die for it. The moment this hostile takeover comes in, look at the edge that Jackie Love is able to flash out onto, and that's the damage necessary to take down Tarzan and to turn this fight in favor of Top Esports. Really huge play from everybody involved, but it's a huge mistake, once again, from AL being in the wrong spot with bad setups, and this is something that has carried over from the first game into game number 2, and it's been a real issue for this team so far this year.
We thought maybe some of those inconsistencies were remedied going into the second round robin, where AL have been 3-0, right? Taking wins off of teams like BLG, IG, even Weibo, considered to be, at this point, a team very close to them in the standings. But Top Esports having none of it so far. And of course for them, after their struggles internationally, their struggles in the last playoffs, doing well in the regular season is nice, but what they really are hoping for is playoff performances, is international performances. But, you got to take care of business when you can. And right now, there's only these regular season games in front of them, and they're doing a good job with them.
Yeah, all you can do is beat the opponents that you are tasked to face, and right now, Top Esports is doing so, but they want to contest over this Herald. It's already getting very low.
Yeah, 5 members of AL are here. Soon to getting matched by 5 of Top Esports. Flandra doing a nice job soaking up some damage on the front line. But the hostile takeover already coming through from Kyle. Taking down Kanavi. But look at Cream in the back line. Able to one-shot Hope. The Shockwave does a lot. But the perfect execution from Cream is way more. Flandra now separate from the rest of his team. But Cream will fall. Tarzan doing a nice job keeping his team in this team fight. That's just a 3v3 that has been opened up. Gatling gun open for Jackie Love. Will force Flandra and Kyle away, as the health bars are still on Top Esports' side after the 2-for-2.
Man, that could have gone just slightly differently if we had a little bit more damage from Shanks. He ends up hitting a really crucial shockwave in that fight, but it's just not enough damage to actually tear down the backliners of Top Esports. Cream can't really be stopped at this point. He has gotten so strong on this Akali that he's going to be able to break through somebody in these fights. And when Kanavi goes so aggressive as a setup, all you can really do is follow. We're going to get to see a replay in this instance. It's 369 and Kanavi stepping up, and the moment he gets handshake, he just says, all right, screw it, I'm going in. Hope and Kyle, you're going to have to deal with it. The hostile takeover does come out, and unfortunately does fall to his own teammate, but at this point, Cream is in a great spot to clean up. Again, if there's a little bit more damage on that shockwave, maybe things go a tad bit different, but Cream is able to survive and really thrive at the end of this fight, even if Tarzan does end up pulling it back with some really nice plays there. So, well played overall, I would say, by AL, but Top Esports just a little bit too far ahead.
It is going to be the Rift Herald picked up for anyone's Legend, but it'll come at the cost of a big chunk of damage, if not the entirety of this bot lane tier 1, and also inner workings on the Dragon Pit that would be Mountain Soul Point for TES. Tarzan immediately will pop that Herald in the mid lane to try to generate some extra pressure. The mid tier 1 going to be the target, but already TS have gotten a tower in response, so an even trade at the very least for the Split 1 champions. They will be able to take this tower in the mid lane. Anyone's Legend retreating back to their base. They will not be able to initially start up this dragon.
Yeah, this is well played by Top Esports. They recognize that AL can't walk up. They can't start this dragon. So why not just start taking a lot of the standing gold on the map? Why not send Cream bot lane and 369 top lane to grab those towers? Shanks still potentially looking to catch this wave on the top side with Tarzan in the area, but it's still going to be Dragon for Top Esports. It doesn't matter that they move players to the other side of the map. They understand how much pressure they really do control. This is Soul Point on Mountain Soul for Aatrox, Jarvan, Rel. Even Akali with Mountain Soul can be very, very difficult to deal with. And so things are getting very, very dire for AL quickly.
Yeah, I mean, the damage just really is not fully there, especially with Hope being very significantly behind at this point on the Kalista as we get later and later on into this game for anyone's Legend. So TES getting the Mountain Soul would be absolutely massive for themselves to just continue to add to the durability that they do have. Gold lead only at 1,500 right now came in, but it feels like a lot more at this point.
I think in terms of map control, it absolutely is a lot more, just in terms of how much they're going to be able to get for free based on their setups. Now, not everything is going to be completely free. We've already seen Top Esports with a lead throw at Otacon, which is spawning in just under a minute here. We will see if that ends up being a bit of a problem for them again, but at least for now, they should have all the pressure in the world to be able to get around there. As long as they can neutralize Tarzan, who is the entirety of the gold on AL right now, then things should be just fine for Top Esports playing through their 2 carries.
Yeah, I mean, if Cream and Jackie Love, they're in prime position right now to really have a great performance. And for Cream on the Akali, I mean, I know a lot of the time in recent splits, for TS especially, like, he's been known as being the, like, kind of a control mage player, somebody who's able to just, like, you know, play the Azir, be a consistent force, and, you know, for this team. He was known on these assassins like far before that, right? When he was on OMG, what got him an opportunity to play on a team like TES. And so very cool to see him once again on a pick like this, 6-1-2 on this Akali, having himself a very good showing at the moment. And just given the way the game has gone, K-Man, you're expecting even more of that as we continue to progress.
Yeah, let's not forget OMG Crime from back in the day, spamming Akali and Sylas every single game. This is a guy who very much feels comfortable on these champions and can completely take over games in these circumstances. Kyle potentially caught out here. Top Esports a little bit slow on the react. They're not quite in the range to be able to fully capitalize. But once again, it's just free engage for TES as they set up around the Otacon. And it's so hard to face check this if you are AL because of the amount of setup that TES have. You walk into a Jarvan or an Akali, it could immediately be game over.
Yeah, Otacon spotting on the top side, which is unusual, at least, you know, over the last couple of patches in terms of where teams really like to prioritize their combat. But looks like that is going to be where Top Esports set up camp, at least for now. A teleport has come in from Flandra, so they are fully committing for this on AL's side. And Top Esports are okay with that. However, 369's at half HP. He's going to have to go back to base. Top Esports maybe try to play this one out a little bit slower now.
Yeah, this is a tough setup, I would say, for TES because Cream is a little bit out of position in terms of looking for this fight. Flandra very much able to zone it off. 369 quite low. You don't want to overextend here and throw things away. You certainly don't want to flip it in the way that you did in game 1, but here we go.
Kyle gets flag and drag. That could be big danger, but it gets Fates called back away. Nice engage from Hong, though, and the Cataclysm will find 2. Shockwave, though, on the other side is big from Shanks. Will it be enough, though, as Jackie Love's still untouched? Tarzan doing his best to try to keep things alive. The bailout going to save 1, but not enough. It's 4 kills coming over to TES as Jackie Love and 369 will stand tall.
What a close fight, all things considered. I think AL did the best they could in that instance, holding a lot of their key ultimates for, key times, but Kyle getting chunked out at the start of the fight and really not having the HP advantage and certainly having the gold disadvantage at this moment ends up really coming back to bite them. I think Tarzan played really well in that exchange, but once again, it's TES coming out on top. This looks just like a standoff, at least for now, but it is Top Esports who makes the call to go in again. It's Kanavi going in first, and Hong with the re-engage. The flash ult onto Hope and onto Shanks is absolutely massive. The Cataclysm following it up does so much damage, and while the Shockwave is doing quite a bit to be able to lock into the cage, at this point it's already so difficult with the lack of health you have on your carries. Jackie Love gets to free fire on the backline. Tarzan tries his best to pull this back, but he just cannot. Top Esports a little bit too far ahead, but AL gonna try and pressure them out, starting the Otacon.
They're going to start this one, and Tarzan doing a lot of damage right now on AL's side. Kanavi very far away, so they're going to actually sack this one and set themselves instead up to take this mid lane tier 1, maybe even a tier 2, and get themselves prime positioning around what would be a mountain soul for them. So a conscious effort by TES to give away the Otacon, and we'll see if it ends up working out for them. See an unstoppable onslaught being used by Flandre to make sure that 369 does not take yet another tower, as it is a nice bleed of gold going over to TS's side.
Yeah, you can't throw at Otacon if you don't contest at Otacon. So I guess that really is kind of the mentality here for TES, but you're absolutely right. The Dragon is the priority here. It's sold, spawning in 10 seconds. Every bit of setup has to go towards this objective, and right now that is clear for both teams that they really want to be able to prioritize this. 369 can be caught, though.
They're going straight for 369. It could give enough time here for TS to start the Dragon, but instead, they're looking to cut off Kyle. He gets taken down before he even uses the bailout on himself. It'll come down with Kanavi making it 1-for-1 so far, but Hove gets singled out by 369. Tarzan, though, will lock down the Aatrox, but Cream's able to get one right back. It's a 3v2 opened up. Flandre and Shanks against the world, but Top Esports are the world of the LPL right now, and they're able to take down Shanks, single out Flandre, and pick themselves up an ace.
It is huge for Top Esports. It's a miracle play for AL, or at least an attempted miracle play to try to catch 369 out on the bottom side of the map. They want to turn on to Kanavi as fast as possible, but it just takes too many resources in order to burst down this Jarvan. And unfortunately, the mispositioning of Hope on this Kalista ends up really coming back to bite anyone's legend. The fight does not go their way. Top Esports are going to secure this Mountain Soul, and that very well could be the final nail in the coffin.
The soul, the team fight, everything going TS's way here in this second game, as it looked like initially a nice pick on a 369, but Top Esports do a great job of collapsing.
Yeah, again, it just takes so much to burst down Kanavi. Cream with the stopwatch ends up coming in really clutch. He doesn't take any damage from the Shockwave. It lets him fully play this fight out as aggressively as possible, and at this point, the two carries are still alive for Top Esports. If you can't get on Cream and you can't get on Jackie Love, you cannot win these fights, regardless of who you end up taking down, and that's really been the problem for AL. They cannot separate their own carries. Hope ends up falling quite early in that fight as well. It really ends up coming back to bite them, despite how great the map state is. Gold lead still within reason for AL, but the Mountain Soul certainly makes that a bit wonky in terms of calculations.
Yeah, I mean, Kalista, those spears are going to feel like toothpicks right now into the TS composition, as Hope is not nearly far enough ahead for this Kalista to do any sort of meaningful damage. Neither is Shanks, who's had a tough series overall once again. Cream getting the better of him here on this Akali, 11, 2, and 6 on the pick, as Baron has just now spawned, and Top Esports have a very easy time to start this one off, especially with those Mountain Soul shields. They're going to force AL to try to face check because they know they will win a 5v5 fight at this point. Oh, and they go. Immediately, Hong going in with the two-man Magnus Storm, taking down Hope as we speak. It is nobody taken down just yet on Top Esports, as the damage just is not there. A double kill for Kanavi as 369 is chasing down Shanks. Baron easily on the menu now for TS.
And that is the dagger. That is the game-ending play, and who else but Hong, who has been massive for Top Esports over the course of the entirety of this set, makes the gigantic play. They burst down the primary duo of AL, and they grab themselves a Baron for their troubles. Grapes, Top Esports are just better right now. There is no disputing it, and we can see it in the replay here. Hong on a ward. Full vision of this. AL feel like they can walk up, but they don't respect the engage, and the damage coming out from JackeyLove to be able to immediately punish the engage is absolutely massive from this point onwards. Even with the Corki chunked out, there is just not enough damage on the side of AL to ever make this fight worth it. And it's the proactivity, it's the aggressiveness, and it's the great play of Top Esports that really separates them.
And, you know, part of the explanation of why the Kalista Renata had such a tough win rate at MSI is when you play against competitions like Top Esports is right now, very difficult for them to function after the first couple of minutes, especially if the laning phase does not go perfectly their way. As JackeyLove and Hong doing another terrific job here in this series. TES is looking to get into the double-digit mark in the win column, become the first team in the LPL to do that this split. And they just have the finishing touches at this point. Baron buff available for the next 2 minutes, and they can retreat right back to the Elder Dragon if the game's not over by then.
That is certainly the call here, but Top Esports don't want to wait that long. They are posturing so aggressively around these towers. But the AL is looking for a potential engage, though.
Yeah, already. The vault breaker forward from Tarzan, but look at the flank from Hong at this point. And in the meantime, it's JackeyLove just taking down the entirety of that tier 2 turret in the bottom lane. Immediately is AL going for something on a 369. A pick would be nice, but the rest of the base could be in tatters.
He's still alive.
Is still alive. Finally gets taken out by the Rend of Hope, but Hope's in a lot of trouble right now as Cream is looking to dive on top of him with the perfect execution. There's the bailout, there's the Magnet Storm, and there is the game. Top Esports watched AL triumph in Split 2. They watched their international success, and they took that damn personally. A season sweep over the defending champions in Split 3 as TES are the best team in the LPL right now.
Top Esports prove without a shadow of a doubt that going into the end of the year, they are your favorites. They are your heroes. And I know LPL fans don't love to hear this, but your hopes rest on Top Esports right now because they look like the single best team in the LPL.
No notes for TES, a very clean 2-0 win over the defending champions. And man, they are frightening going into the playoffs, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh boy, we are really, really ramping up for Top Esports now. This is the best they've looked all year long. I think even going back to Split 1, can you remember a time where they were this dominant in terms of their victories? AL obviously struggling quite a bit in this series, but Top Esports is forcing them into a lot of these bad decisions that they end up making. This team is on fire, and they are looking incredibly clean.
And TES jumps up to 10-2 with matchups against FPX and Team WE to round out their Group Ascend double round robin. Just a terrific position to be in. Obviously, playoffs become the most important thing. You remember how strong TES was all season long in Split 2 after coming off of that international performance at First Stand, or lack of that thereof. But then they immediately faltered in the playoffs. They lost to WE in the lower bracket. They want to make sure that doesn't happen again. But K-Man, right now, all we can talk about is how they have looked in the regular season since. And with Hong slotted into this roster, this was a perfect example of what he was able to do, as he had a tremendous series in this one, setting up both JackeyLove on the Corki and Cream, who got into the double-digit marks in kills on the Akali this time around.
I mean, you hit the nail on the head, Grapes. Like, what a series from Hong. This was awesome, awesome stuff from him. I think you could argue this is his best series of the entire split up until this point. Maybe of the entire year. He's had some really great performances, but I think he's kind of blended into the background, or JackeyLove's taken more of an obvious approach in terms of who's carrying. There was no denying who the focal point was in this series. It was Hong on these engagers, on these champions that could go forward and create a lot of action for TES. And if he's going to get back to being one of the scarier supports in the LPL like he has been for the past 3 years, yeah, Top Esports are going to start looking like that pseudo-super team that we thought they were going to be.
They look like it right now, going up to 10-2 as you say. On AL's side though, tough loss for them as their win streak does come to an end. They were looking like the second round robin was going to be up to them. However, remember, they were not perfect in the regular season either. They were behind Top Esports in the standings going into the playoffs until, of course, they were able to take the crown. And so, for them, remember, championship points very much on their side. The most consistent team throughout the season so far. AL just have to take a deep breath. They have JDG, WE, FPX remaining in their schedule. Win those games, get yourself a top 4 seed, and then lock in for the playoffs. Make sure you are fully in the best headspace for that. But it really feels like some of the decisions that we saw from some of these players, was not fully aligned. Tarzan with the rest of the team. I also did not love the draft that AL set up for themselves in Game 2. Feels like just lack of damage in general for them. Kind of has been a theme at times, and it has cost them games at certain points, and I feel like this was a prime example of that.
Yeah, the reality of this draft is you're relying on fights being so slow that they're, that the Scion or the Vi end up being a lot more useful than maybe you would expect. The Orianna can be a primary damage carry in the later part of the game, when in reality you're going up against Akali and even like Rel and Jarvan, who can basically force these fights to go as quickly as they need them to go, and you're just never going to get those situations where you want to play around the same spot. So it just ends up being a draft that is too hard to execute, and the mistakes on the map and their bad macro, quite frankly, throughout the series certainly did not help things.
A lot of questions still to be answered. Again, personally, I was like, oh, okay, AL are fully back. You thought so as well. But this is a proof that either that is not necessarily the case, or Top Esports is the best team ever, or maybe a little bit of both right now, as they're looking very unstoppable at this point in the season. TES in first place. They will continue to be, as we get our updated standings as well to round out the day here on LPL English. It was a shorter day, but a fun one. Certainly so, K-Man. We get both first place.
Game above Weibo Gaming in terms of just where they're at. And so, I know their schedule's, kind of a cakewalk, but right now, like, any win matters for AL in terms of making sure they can guarantee themselves top 4. And, I think a lot of the negatives of that game were reflected in the damage charts for a lot of those champions, namely the Kalista doing almost nothing in that game.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing of what was supposed to be a real barn burner of a series, but it felt really controlled by TES the entire time. And again, credit to them for being able to accomplish that. As we take a look at some of these replays, again, just Hong's decisiveness really coming into fruition. But on AL's side as well, Shank's really slumping in this part of the split. Definitely has to be a part of the conversation as well. There's just a lot of things overall that AL feel like they have not been able to fully accomplish like they were in the earlier splits, and that's something they're gonna have to try to figure out as we get to the playoffs. And even if they don't immediately qualify for Worlds, then once we get to that regional finals.
Yeah, I think really it's about, can AL find that form to get them in the upper tier. I think even at their worst, they feel top 3 or top 4. Like, that's like the bare minimum of what AL should be able to accomplish, but that's a disappointment. Like, this team is not trying to make Worlds. This team's trying to win the LPL and trying to compete to win Worlds. We've had our LPL winners consistently be able to perform at the World Championships, and AL looks to be a team that can replicate that kind of form, and right now it just doesn't feel like they are quite there in terms of where their talent level is at. But I do want to really make one thing clear in terms of my take on this series. I think a lot of people are going to look at the fact that Top Esports almost threw game number 1, or AL had moments in game 2, and kind of say that, neither team played great today. Top Esports was on point today. I think their setups were great, and I think their execution was great. AL just didn't really have an answer for it, and obviously they underperformed, but I don't think that should be a slight onto Top Esports. I think that should be in favor of them, if anything.
Just ignore that one Otacon fight in game 1, and the rest of it was pretty
everything
clean.
Else, everything.
Yeah.
Cut that.
Never happened. Yeah, surely. Lot to look forward to though for TS, and also just for the LPL regular season. Obviously, we have our top 2 teams like BLG and TS like at the top of the standings. IG making a run for it as well. But with AL now dropping to 6 and 5, still flexibility here in that top 4. Weibo or JDG technically have the opportunity to get in there. I mean, now you look at anyone's Legends, they play up against JD Gaming in just a couple of days, and that's going to end up being a pretty important game for them, for both parties, to see if JDG have any chance of getting into that top 4, or if AL are just going to handle it.
Yeah, I mean, if AL struggle at all against JDG, I think it's time to slam the big red panic button in terms of how things are going for AL, because that should not be a matchup that on paper they are struggling with really at all. JDG has looked better, I would say, with Joel coming in. Not something I expected, but certainly, a pleasant surprise, I think, from last week. And, we'll see how they end up, performing against AL. But this is a team that we already talked about them needing to win here today, let alone going undefeated at the end of this split. They need to start picking up their wins now.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the worst thing. Everyone qualifies at least to the play-in stage, but especially when you think about like how strong the teams at the top are versus maybe you can get an easier go of things towards the bottom if you get a better seed. Like, there's always things at play that do make the regular season important. And so for anyone's legend, like, getting these wins to wrap up, securing a top 4 would just help you breathe a little bit easier, not forcing any more of that panic, as you did say. Of course, the Group Nirvana teams are what they are, but having to play a best-of-5 series to make or break your season is never a position you want to be in. As, hey, shout out to Hong. I know that Cream had a great game, but Hong also did on the rel. Back-to-back MVPs for the newest member of Top Esports.
More than deserved for Hong this series. He was the best player on the Rift, and it was not particularly close. Again, I know a lot of people, rightfully so, were looking at what Hong was for Weibo and seeing a player that maybe, was a bit of a gamble for Top Esports, but that gamble has very clearly paid off, and they are benefiting a lot from the added energy that he brings.
And a lot to look forward to for Hong as he tries to make it back to that international stage with TES. As anyone's legend, time is ticking, but it's not fully midnight just yet. A lot of opportunities for them to still take advantage of, but definitely would have preferred a better result from your defending LPL champions. Looking a little bit more like Split 1 than Split 2 here on LPL English as we wrap up the day. 2 fun series, one in Nirvana, one in Ascend. Before we go, want to give another big shout out to both our analysts in Slayer and Cubby, as well as our wonderful guest in Rhino over from prodiff and the NACL alike. If you again want to get some coaching from him or any of the other players that prodiff does offer coaching from, you can use the code LPL10 to get 10% off on your order from players like Rhino, as you see down there. We also want to give a big shout out to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Among, Forest Without, and owners of Asmerl. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back the cast and crew to strive to give you an English LPL product every day. We saw NiP 2-0 LNG in the final score here in our second series of the day. Anyone's Legends falling 2-0 to Top Esports. On behalf of our producer, Chippy, hey man, by my side on the color commentary, my name's Grapes. Thank you so much for tuning in to the LPL, and we'll see you all here same time, same place tomorrow.